The first season of Young Justice was like catching lightning in a bottle. We have this group of young teenagers trying to step out of the shadow of their mentors and make a name for themselves being heroes. It has this youthful, rebellious flair to it that I feel like a lot of people resonated with, especially because most of us that watched around that time were teenagers ourselves. They took these legacy characters that had been growing into their own through the comics and brought them to life in this new adaptation. And while a lot of changes were made, some were for better and others worse, it still culminated in this phenomenal season of television in which we watched these characters slowly grow into being themselves and not just sidekicks. It was a show with a serious tone and a lot of care put forth into it, and so people of all ages could really enjoy it. So when it was time for the second season to come around, it was a real jarring shock that we are being thrust 5 years into the future. You're stripping away the youth that comes with the idea of Young Justice as a show. But despite all of that, I still think the second season of Young Justice is the best out of the original first two. The world not only gets deeper and grows broader, the characters are not only given a new breath of fresh air to grow and to be changed, but the show offers us a look at a much wider and broader DC universe, while also somehow giving us an even more serious plot than the first season. The second season of Young Justice continued to build on the greatness that the first one had, but in my opinion, it amplified it even more. And it continued to further the idea of introducing what would be a new generation of DC fans to a larger variety of DC comic book characters. And in doing so, I do still think that Young Justice still stayed true to its name, because a lot of the characters we were introduced to this season were this new group of heroes. And while I'm not a fan of every single change that was made throughout the second season, and while I still am iffy about the time skip, because I would have loved to have gotten at least one more full season with Kid Flash, I can't sit back and deny just how great the second season was to me. Especially when I'm looking at characters like Calder, Dick Grayson, Artemis, Superboy, especially Superboy. And then I look at characters such as Blue Beetle being brought in and made a focus in this show. Felt like this second season especially mastered the idea that the world was bigger than just our core group of characters. To me, at least throughout the second season, I never felt like we didn't get enough screen time with a character based upon where they were at narrative-wise. As a matter of fact, I think that was one of the gigantic strengths of this second season, which was that they only focused on a character as much as they needed to before they took us to the next one. Blue Beetle, for example, getting a lot more spotlight than someone like Wally, but I feel like with Wally's retirement, it makes sense that he was only there so much of the time, as well as his more mature personality wouldn't necessarily fit the same type of personality he had previously, and so instead, we had new characters, that next generation of heroes, come to fill that gap. Impulse, for example, really did take up the slot that Wally would fill with the comic relief. I also think the show went on to make great use of some of the background characters from the first season, such as Lagoon Boy being a random Easter egg in the first season during downtime, and then becoming a full-fledged character. A character that I think personally gets a bad rap simply because he was dating M'gann, and everybody wanted to see Connor and M'gann together and were pissed that he wasn't, especially with the nuance and buildup that we had towards that relationship in the first season. I still think Lagoon Boy just kind of gets a bad rap. I like the dude. As for more characters that got better use throughout the season, we're looking at characters like the new Guardian, for example, being Mal. Mal went from this side character to being pretty important to the story of the second season, helping to run a ton of operations from the cave. And while we're still talking about these positives for the second season, the Runaways, oh my gosh, they were utterly fantastic. I loved seeing this group of characters that don't really have a mentor, that have just stumbled upon their powers, and they're trying to figure it all out. And yeah, they might fall for some Lex Luthor trickery for a little bit, but eventually they get their stuff together. And they got my boy Static, so how could I not love this group? And while I have a lot to gush about, especially as this video will go on, I do want to make note of some of the things that I dislike, because as much as I think this is the best season of Young Justice ever, doesn't necessarily mean it's perfect, despite whatever the title and thumbnail might say. I still hate the fact that Connor and M'gann get together again at the end of the season. A few other things that really bugged me: I still don't know where I sit with the time skip. because it brought me a lot of characters that I love, such as Static, Blue Beetle, Lagoon Boy, Tim Drake's version of Robin, Batgirl, and while it expanded the world, I think we did lose out on a lot. We lost out on seeing these characters we grew to love from the first season grow into their own and become heroes in a way that would have been beautiful. And yeah, I'd be lying to myself if I don't miss Kid Flash sometimes and his kind of presence in the show. I also don't love how if you want to get caught up in what happened within the 5 years, you're either looking to go get a tie-in comic book, and on top of that, you gotta go play Young Justice Legacy, a game where I might have loved as a child, but absolutely loathe now as an adult who has played through it twice now. It's just not that great. But I do feel like it's important to play it, or at least know about its existence, to understand why Aqualad goes to the dark side. At least, you know, part of the reason. And don't even get me started on how Raquel, aka Rocket, just gets absolutely screwed. She comes in at the very end of the first season, doesn't get utilized almost at all because she's there for like 2 whole episodes. We get to the second season and she's gone on to become a Justice League member with Zatanna, so we don't see her at all. She makes like minor appearances, has a line here or there, but she just gets screwed. And that makes me upset because I like Rocket. Okay, going back to some more positive things. I completely forgot to mention Beast Boy, and I don't know how I forgot about him, because he is so much fun throughout the show. And his brother-sister relationship to McGann was something that I not only found to be very interesting, but I was excited to see them try and adapt Beast Boy in a different way, considering how popular his Teen Titans version was, for example. This is part of the reasons I love adaptations so much. It's a chance to try and do something new and innovative with these already existing characters. But unfortunately, the double-edged sword with that is that if you adapt something poorly by changing too much, you're gonna get flamed for all of eternity by nerds like me who sit on the internet and talk about their favorite superheroes. But that's enough of me giving you a brief overview of what this video will be. It's long enough as it is already. I mostly just wanted to shout out some of the characters that I loved throughout this second season and that didn't get their own dedicated video, along with some things that bugged me that also didn't make it into their own dedicated video. So kick back, relax, like, comment, subscribe, and hit the hype button down below if you're on mobile, and consider supporting me on Patreon or through my YouTube channel memberships. Thank you all so much for watching, and let's begin. So, we're finally here. Young Justice's second season. It came with a lot of changes. A lot of things people didn't like, and for very understandable reasons. The second season of the show came with an entire 5-year time skip. I liked the idea of a lot of time passing between the first and second season, and as a matter of fact, the second season of the show is my favorite. But that does not mean that it isn't without its problems, and one of the big ones is Robin, aka Nightwing, as he made the transition sometime in the 5-year time period, something that we didn't get to see. Although I think the show does a fairly good job of filling in the gaps for you as it goes along in this shorter 20-episode season, I don't think they truly had enough time to flesh it out. And with that all out of the way and addressing the 5-year time skip, I want to go ahead and talk about Young Justice's version of Nightwing and how Young Justice failed Nightwing, but in the best way possible.
But that thing inside of him, the thing that drives him to sacrifice everything for the sake of his mission, that's not me. I don't want to be the Batman anymore.
I don't want to be like Batman. Those are the defining words and arguably some of Robin's most popular words from this show. And it's a thing that Dick aspired to not be, but he became anyways. I think the whole narrative around season 2, and specifically why this is such a technically poor adaptation of Nightwing, is Nightwing ends up becoming the very things that he built this team to represent the antithesis of. He becomes just like Batman, somebody he had expressed not wanting to be like. And while he might not have that same dark thing driving him the way in which he described in that quote, it is rather replaced with the same amount of lies, secrecy, and deception that caused the creation of the team in the first place. And he does all of this in full conscious effort, much to the difference in character that we were presented not only in the first season, but in a majority of adaptations of Nightwing. It's something that I think is paralleled extraordinarily well in the first few episodes. When we see Nightwing in the very first episode, we see that he has finally stepped into the leadership role he had wanted so badly in the first season, and then grew to not want. Instead, he is seemingly ready to hold said position, and is currently doing a pretty good job of it, considering he's been leading the team since around, like, give or take the last few months, as the video game Young Justice Legacy takes place during year 5. And in that game, I'm not even gonna drop a spoiler alert, this show's like a decade old at this point, Calder ends up losing the one woman that he loved so dearly, that being Tula, as she died on one of the missions. Blaming that death and the grief that he felt, and also finding out that his dad was Black Manta, he ended up joining the Light and his father on the side of villainy, in which Nightwing would then step up and take full lead and command of the team. And it was during his time in charge that we tend to see a lot of the cracks and really strange decisions that he makes while being in a leadership position, one that he had coveted for so long. Another thing that we see quite a lot of throughout this early part of this first season is just how intertwined the team has become with the Justice League, specifically the older members of the team, such as Nightwing, such as like Batgirl, technically speaking, but McGann and Connor especially. We are also introduced to a whole host and cast of new characters. Almost each one of them will be getting their own video, so I'm not really going to touch on them too much unless it's really imperative to Nightwing in this one. Just be patient with me, you all. These videos take a while to make. Anyways, Nightwing himself is shown to not only hold a leadership position, but to also hold that sort of same position of power the Justice League held during the first season. It's very evident at the end of the very first episode when new members of the team end up finishing their first mission as Gamma. Teams are split up into Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, and ultimately end up blowing up an entire alien facility. And when we see the Justice League descend down, Nightwing is a part of them. Much like how the Justice League descended down onto the original 3 members of the team as we saw them during the end of the original 2-parter in season 1. I think it is wonderful and great symbolism to show how Dick Grayson is far more like the Justice League and far more like his mentor than he ever would have wanted to imagine himself being back when he was 13. At this point, Dick is like, what, 17? He's only still like 17, right? Because it's only been like 5 years. Yeah, he's only 17. That's actually kind of wicked. You see, man, I'm thinking he's my age, but now considering he's 17, maybe I'm a little too harsh on him. But either way, he is presented as basically being what the Justice League was just a few years ago. And his role in this almost league member status, despite not actually being a member of the league, as some of the old members of the team have graduated to being, such as Zatanna, he actively chose not to, but that's just so he could continue to work with the league and obviously the team in a more covert setting, of which we see heavily as a majority of the Justice League will be off-world, trying to clear their name in space, you know, due to the whole fact that Vandal Savage took control of them for like 12 or 18 hours and absolutely had them cause havoc, and also expose the fact that Earth has a quote-unquote meta gene that is ripe for exploitation for different alien species, hence all of the alien species on the planet and the invasion subplot. Wow, this is a lot of just trying to get this video set up. I hope I'm not taking too long. And while the Justice League is off-world, of course, Nightwing steps into this role more fully. And one thing you'll notice very quickly is the quips, the whelmed, the, trot, all of the quips and mannerisms and vocabulary that Nightwing had come to use in just about every single episode no longer exists in his vocabulary. He rarely says those things. It is though the fun of being a superhero has been completely drained away from him and his identity on the team. he does not view this as a game anymore. I think there was a big emphasis in the first season on putting it out there that this life has consequences, and the second season builds on that extremely well. Nightwing has become far more hardened by the things he has seen over the last 5 years, especially with the death of Tula and the quote-unquote turning of his friend Aqualad. All of these things have compounded into a Dick Grayson that is less fun, less jokey, and far more serious, especially when it comes to being the leader of the team. But that does not mean he isn't without his Dick Grayson-isms. We get hints to the fact that this dude has low-key been a dog and has gotten around a lot throughout the team, whether it was Zatanna, Rocket, and a handful of others, currently Barbara Gordon. As well, he still has moments where he is just as soft and lovable as he was in the first season when interacting with his team, even if for the most part he is fairly stoic and harsh, especially on the new members, not allowing them the same level of leeway that he tended to have for him and the team when they were younger. But that doesn't stop him from still being kind on an occasion. It's not like he's unkind a lot of the time, it's just he's far more stern.
New questions keep the investigation moving forward. You saved lives, and you got each other home safe. It's a successful mission in my book.
Is this thing working? I bet. So Nightwing himself has really changed in ways that are some for the better and mostly for the worse. I'm gonna keep it real with each and every one of you. For example, the way in which he goes about handling issues such as Impulse. Impulse was one of my favorite new characters from this second season. I thought bringing him in was like this really novel concept, especially considering he was technically an original member of Young Justice back in the day. So I thought this was like extraordinarily cool. But you see, the way in which he decided to handle Impulse is really where the problem comes in. After the death of Tula, and really having to learn just how real the life is for being a superhero, Wally decided to retire. Him and Artemis are completely off the books when it comes to being superheroes, right? So when Nightwing decides that this Impulse situation is out of his depth and out of his control, he calls up Wally. He asks Wally to come out of retirement and risk himself and his future that he is desperately trying to build with Artemis outside of the life, and asks them to come back, which is a problem, clearly. And not only does he successfully get Wally to come back to the life, but he also gets Artemis to come back. Now granted, Wally only comes back for one day, and Artemis does come on full time, and at the end of the day, that is a choice that that character had to make on their own. But at the same time, he's the one coercing them and asking them to make this decision, to go against the thing that they are actively trying to build, and to once again put themselves in harm's way for his own personal gain when it comes to being leader of the team. And these lies tend to continue. Like, for example, he's having Miss Martian and Superboy pretend to be John Jones and Superman, trying to convince the public that the team, as in the Justice League, still exists and is out there protecting everybody. I think that's a better lie, to be honest. But this next one is genuinely egregious. So I've spoken a little bit on how Calder is on the dark side now, how he's a bad guy. That's not actually true. As a matter of fact, he's playing double agent for Nightwing, something a majority of the team has no idea about, and some members of the Justice League don't even know. And that's exactly what's going on. And he needed somebody to sacrifice so that Calder looked better in the eyes of the light and looked more trustworthy. And he chose that person to be Artemis. He sent Artemis into deep cover and decided that would be the best option, to send one of his closest friends again into deep cover behind enemy lines. This decision that ultimately continues to dig Nightwing a deeper hole when it comes to his credibility and his space within the team. For reference, he quite literally made the team him, Calder, and Kid Flash because they were sick of being lied to, sick of being treated like sidekicks, and sick of being kept out of the loop. And he does the exact thing the team was built to combat. He is lying. He is doing things that are shady. He is treating the rest of the team as though they are not smart enough to know, treating the Justice League as though they are not smart enough to know either. This goes against just about every single thing he said he was building this team on foundationally. This also goes against the idea of him not wanting to be Batman. Because for him to be Batman, he would have to be willing to do anything to fulfill his mission. And that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's willing to put two of his closest friends in severe danger in order to accomplish his mission. He might not have the same dark thing driving him, but he has the exact same thing driving him that is ultimately going to put multiple people at risk.
I'm not blaming you. I know you've been forced to make impossible decisions, like choosing between saving the Krolatans on Melina Island
or saving my friends.
It's really the lack of care that Nightwing seems to have when he's putting his friends this deep into harm's way. He treats it as though it's all routine and normal, something that I find very interesting because for a lot of them, it's really not. He might have signed up for this risk at 13 and he might be used to it. And sure, they're a little more weathered at this point, a little more tempered, and a little bit more used to it now. But it's still extreme danger to be putting your 18-year-old, 17-year-old friends into just because you believe they are more capable than others, or because you believe that this plan needs to happen in order for you to be able to defeat the light eventually. I think it's a little bit ridiculous, but at the same time, I think that's the point. I think the entire point of this season of Nightwing was to show he became the very thing that he swore he wouldn't, that he didn't want to be. And I think that's beautiful writing, even if it means technically character assassinating Nightwing. And that's something we'll see a lot throughout the rest of this season is consequences. The consequences to this action and to the actions taken off screen by him.
they're in.
Who are you kidding? It only gets more dangerous from here.
Now, you see, what he really failed to consider was the fallout that comes with this. I mean, just think about it. Artemis's mother does not know that Artemis is still alive. She believes that Artemis is dead. Wally has to pretend to what would be his mother-in-law, not too soon going, that her daughter is dead. Imagine the psychological harm that causes on a person, on a mother who has already lost one of her daughters to the same life of crime that she lost so many years to. Now think about Jade, think about her father's Sportsmaster. Less about Sportsmaster because he's a douche, but more about Jade, who genuinely seems to care about her little sister, even if it's not always shown very well. As well, what are the ramifications this has on the team? Think about it. Raquel is trying to have a baby. That'd be Rocket. If you remember from the first season, she wasn't in a whole lot of it. She's trying to have a kid. How is she supposed to celebrate her baby shower when one of her closest friends just got killed? It's the way in which he didn't think about the other people who would be affected by this if he didn't tell them.
What am I doing? Having the shower. How can we celebrate so soon after?
Because Artemis would want us to celebrate. She'd kick our butts if we didn't.
It's the lack of forethought for me, for characters such as Gar, for example, who's only like 12, who views the team as the only family he has left because his mother has passed away. He has nothing else. So to him, this team means everything. Artemis was like an older sister to him. And again, the Nightwing I would read in the comics, the Nightwing I grew up loving, as he used to be one of my favorite superheroes, wouldn't have been in favor of doing something like this. He wouldn't be so harsh on his younger teammates when they bring a piece of technology he had planned for them to bring into the cave. All of these things and the way in which he acts are far more reminiscent of Batman than of Nightwing at all. And that's on purpose, at least I believe, because it makes for great thematic theming. Gosh, I'm so terrible with words. But it makes for like a really good narrative, even if it means tearing down this character a little bit. And it gets even worse when Calder raids the cave and ultimately destroys it. Not just temporarily, but blows up the cave that I, as an audience member, came to love. I loved that cave, bro. It was so big on the aesthetic of the show that to destroy it and to get rid of it is such a huge leap. And that cave was also home for a majority of the members. It was home to them. It was home to Connor, somebody who doesn't actually have a home. It was home to McGann, somebody who moved to Earth and the first thing she did was hop on that team. Did I really just ignore that I worded it like that, but you know what I mean. And also it was home to people like Garfield who don't have parents anymore. He put the entire team at risk just so Calder could pass on some information on Lagoon Boy, who got captured, which was partially his own fault. Ended up getting more of his own team members caught up and captured, along with taking away their home, along with losing all the souvenirs, but like that's a bit less, but still that's pretty sad. And along with already sending 2 of his own team members under deep cover, he's so deep into the shit at this point, he doesn't see a way out. And he's always trying to justify. And that's where we come to one of my favorite scenes of this second season, and that's an argument between him and Wally, and how he tries to justify what he is doing constantly when Wally is throwing it in his face blatantly. This ain't something you would do, and this is also just a horrible thing that you've done. Little powwow that Nightwing is really called out by Wally, and I think it's a great segment and a great scene. It's pointing out to him that he didn't think about how these things would affect them. He didn't even think about how this would affect Calder, because he thinks Calder is so solid, he's so stoic, just like he was in all of season 1. But the dude just lost the love of his life. The dude just found out his dad is Black Manta, and now he has to deal with all of these things. Did Dick even consider that Calder could be thinking about going to the dark side? That he could have possibly put the lives of his friends and the people he holds dearest to him in the hands of a man that may or may not be compromised? Now, we all know Aqualad's solid, so he's not really compromised, but these are good points to be brought up. To bring up the fact that he lets all of this trauma and things go. Well, he compartmentalizes and he can keep it all inside. That's not how his friends work. He is not seeing them as people, he is seeing them as soldiers. He sees the cave as not a place where these people needed to live, but just a sacrificable tool.
The cave was just a place worth sacrificing if it helps us stop the invasion. Look, I'm sorry you lost all your souvenirs.
Are you serious? I don't care about that junk. I'm worried about Artemis, terrified for her. You put her right into his hands.
And even after all of this, Nightwing is still so set in his way, in the idea that this is what's needed for the mission and this is what's good, that he doesn't even take Kid Flash's advice to heart. He doesn't even bother. As a matter of fact, he does end up at least somewhat successfully sending his team out on a mission to recover the missing members, but in the process, because he has lied, because he has not been forthcoming with information, and because McGann is dealing with her own things and is going on a little bit of a mental break herself, she ends up completely shattering Calder's mind. She mind breaks him completely, with no way of knowing if or how she could fix him or anybody else could fix him. And she does this because she believes that he killed what is essentially her sister and betrayed what was their family, what was her found family, one that accepted her for what she truly looked like. And in the process, she completely mind broke Calder. And in doing so, she finally discovered that Calder was working undercover, that he had no intentions of being a bad guy, that he had no intentions of doing the things that he did. And ultimately, that's what led her to feeling horrible, and could have also potentially led to Calder being permanently mind broken in a vegetative state for the rest of his life, because he chose to go undercover under Nightwing's assertion. Because Nightwing doesn't want to play nice with information, the entire team views him as this horrible traitor. Lagoon Boy, who we met all the way back in season 1, has joined the team now, and he looked up to Calder. He thought Calder was the shit. He trusted him with everything, and his hero turned out to be a villain. So Calder wants to rip him limb from... Not Calder, Lagoon Boy wants to rip him limb from limb. I'm making a lot of mistakes today. This is pretty uncharacteristic of me. I apologize. Regardless, everything is made exponentially worse when a majority of the team that once lived in this nice cave, which was built for them to genuinely live in, now have to bunk in Nightwing's secret bunker in Bloodhaven, and it's really not a great spot.
This is just a place to crash.
A very temporary stopgap place to crash for those of you who were actually living at the cave.
Also, because I haven't said it yet, basically Connor and McGann's entire friend group know all their friends are superheroes. So Mal ends up actually deciding to work with the team and has a relationship with Bumblebee. And just shout out Mal, because like, to me, he's this show's Rand. If you know, you know. But once again, this is not a very good situation for these people to be in. I mean, McGann doesn't even get her own room. All she gets is a privacy screen, and it's just not working out very well. And I think the worst part about it all is that Nightwing tries to sell this as though it's normal, as though it's okay, as though he isn't the reason that these people no longer have a home. He just pretends it's fine. Now would be a great time to come clean. McGann has finally abandoned what was the cave and what was her home, and instead has had to move out into her own apartment. Really, she's taken John's apartment, but you know what I mean. It's just a horrible situation all around, and I don't think it's something that Nightwing would do. Not in the slightest. At least just about any other version or interpretation of the character. But again, I think that's what makes this version so special, and not necessarily likable, but an enjoyable arc to watch throughout the season. Hopefully you all can't hear my fan in the background, but it's really hot, and I really need to finish this recording. So, anyways, basically Calder is still brain dead, the team still doesn't have a place to live, and McGann's confidence in herself is completely shattered. Something that will come to bite the team in the ass pretty hard, considering they've just discovered another Scarab user outside of Blue Beetle in Green Beetle. That's just what I'm gonna call him, because it makes it easy for me. A Martian with a Scarab. And all McGann had to do was to look into his mind and ensure that he is telling the truth and that he isn't a bad guy. But she can't actually do that. She can't look into his mind properly because she's too afraid she will hurt another person. And part of that, again, personal responsibility on McGann, but also part of it is the situation she was put in by Nightwing, because Nightwing didn't want to share. It's again another failing in his leadership, another failing in his character. And to make it all worse, Artemis has to risk her position in the light, risk getting exposed, risk getting herself and Calder in trouble, so they can take out Simon, because Simon was going to repair Calder's mind, and if Simon does so, he knows they're all, colluding, which is a bad thing. So now McGann has to get captured, again, another part of Nightwing's team being put in unnecessary danger because he doesn't want to share. And when he finally does decide to share, it's because McGann is in the hospital. It's because his tower of cards has finally folded in on itself, and people are starting to find out that he did not initially include in the secret. And it's through this that he finally decides to open up and to talk about the things he has decided to do in keeping this gigantic secret. Something that Lagoon Boy isn't exactly too fond of, and I don't blame him in the slightest. And it's not just Lagoon Boy, but Connor, what in my opinion is a founding member of the team, and somebody who should be kept in the loop on all of these things. He's a senior member, and somebody that always has Nightwing's back, always.
You should have told me! No. Nightwing's our leader. We put our trust in him. I'm sure he didn't keep this from us, from all of us, without having his reasons.
And even while pissed, he still has Nightwing's back, because to him, this is like the ultimate betrayal. This is your best friend not telling you crucial information that could get your ex killed that you still low-key in love with, and also get you killed and potentially your friends, your family killed. This was extraordinarily hard for Connor, and it just goes to show his growth that he held his cool during this moment.
So Manta may just kill her and kill Tigress if she blows her cover trying to save her. And we'll have lost all three of them because you thought it was a bad idea to share.
It's also one of the few times we actually see him be just about as angry as he was a majority of the time in the first season. So that was kind of cool. Another thing that really gets me with Dick, especially in this season, is the constant hypocrisy. He's very much a do as I say, not as I do kind of character, much like his mentor Batman. Batman always wanted Robin to be better. He always wanted Nightwing to be better than he ever was, but he never modeled that for them. Instead, he would tell them how to be better, but he never really showed them, not a lot of the time. And we can really see that influence rubbed off on Dick specifically in the way in which he tries to teach up the young people on the team. It's a lot of do as I say, not as I do. And I don't think that works really well with the kind of team he's trying to cultivate. It clearly didn't work with him because despite Batman's best efforts and despite how he wanted to be perceived, he still ended up being just like his mentor. And I think what really irks me the most about this is just the ease in which he is forgiven, not only by his own team, but the ease in which he's forgiven by the people that it affected most, the people that it hurt the most. The ease in which Wally was able to forgive him, the ease in which McGann was able to forgive him for lying about these things, for putting the team in these dangerous positions, for just the way in which he was able to get away with almost killing one of his best friends by making him a literal vegetable. Okay, saying he made him an almost vegetable is a little bit of hyperbole, right? But at the same time, some of the responsibility does ultimately land on Dick, unfortunately. And what drives me even slightly crazier is that it's just so casual with how he's forgiven. Though then again, with Dick Grayson, I mean, can you really stay mad at a guy like him? I mean, come on now. But being serious, it was a little bit disappointing. It doesn't feel like he understands the full weight of the consequences, at least right now, that is. I mean, even in his apology to McGann, where he does at least own up and, make sure it's known that he knows that he messed up, it's not fully there, if that makes sense, especially with a scene that comes a little bit later. But I do need to mention real quick that the entire team just got backdoored by Blue Beetle and betrayed because he's low-key being controlled by the Reach, who have come to Earth, who control the Scarabs and are looking to harvest all of the meta people for their own intergalactic slave trade and to make money off of them. But that is completely besides the point, other than bringing it up right now so that I can tie in with the fact that the team has been kidnapped and they need to be saved. That's it. That's the only reason I brought that up. And that's the whole reason that he feels bad, because McGann, who could have been with the team and definitely probably could have taken down Blue Beetle using mind control, was off trying to fix Calder's mind at the time this was happening. So he feels some personal responsibility for that. That's how we actually end up getting the apology. And as well, we also get some cool scenes of Arsenal, somebody who I haven't mentioned, which is the actual Roy Harper, who's alive. Again, it's not his video, so I haven't really mentioned it until it needed to be mentioned right now.
All on me.
Except you never would have been in that position if I had trusted you with the secret of Aqualad's deep cover mission. I put you, Aqualad, Artemis, the whole team in unacceptable danger.
But you see, that's not the only thing. Also, the hypocrisy of which he handles other situations in the show, something I don't think the real Nightwing would do. He tries to really steer clear of being at least this hypocritical outside of his relationships with women. Because, listen, when it comes to the writers in Nightwing's love life, I genuinely think they handled him being a dog a little bit better in this show than especially in the comic books. I mean, sleeping with Barbara and then giving her the invitation to your wedding with Starfire has got to be one of the top 10 dick moves in comic books ever. But I'm getting a little off track. Anyways, Nightwing has pretty much reacted to a lot of situations with harsh criticism. Again, like I mentioned earlier, when it comes to the way in which Batman handled a lot of situations, when it came with do as I say, not as I do, he does the exact same thing, specifically with Arsenal. You see, Arsenal, because he doesn't want to be captured again and held hostage for even more time, he ended up popping an airlock to save himself, but in the process dooming the team and getting them captured on War World. What is wrong with me tonight? Getting him captured on War World and ultimately in a ton of trouble. Now, at the end of the day, Arsenal is a major reason as to why the team gets out and escapes, but at the same time, he's partly to blame for why they're in that situation. So while he fixed his problem and mistake, he is partially to blame for creating it in the first place. Much like Nightwing. Now, Nightwing didn't exactly directly like sacrifice the team for his own personal gain, but he kind of did in almost a metaphorical sense. Again, he put the mission above his team, he put the mission above his friends' lives, he put the mission above a lot of things. And you could say that's noble. For Arsenal, it wasn't the mission that he put above, but rather himself and his own selfish interests. But there is definitely a parallel to be drawn between those two situations. But the reprimand from Nightwing and the reprimand from Arsenal is completely different. Nightwing basically gets a slap on the wrist, and Arsenal gets full-on kicked off the team, and demoted, and treated as though he is horrible. And honestly, low-key, I think Arsenal deserved it, right? I'll get to that in like his own video. But at that same point, I think the punishment for Dick should have been far more severe. There's a Dick joke in there somewhere, but you know, I'm not gonna make that, right? Right?
But this isn't the first time he's pulled this kind of stunt. Intentionally endangering the lives of teammates in order to further his own agenda or guard against his own personal demons. It's unacceptable. So until you prove yourself a team player, you have no place on this team.
Once again, my problem is with enforcement. It's with the hypocrisy that Nightwing doesn't get treated nearly as bad for this as Arsenal does, when in my opinion, I find Arsenal's motivation to be far more understandable than Dick's, to be wholeheartedly honest with each and every one of you. And while you can make the argument that Dick needed this to be a secret so that somebody like Simon in the light can't figure it out, I think there are ways around it, ways that did not involve putting his own team members and family at risk. And once again, I just am not the biggest fan of the harsh punishment that Arsenal received and the more or less slap on the wrist that Dick received right now anyways. Slap on the wrist for now. You'll see. Or if you've already seen the show, then you know what point I'm getting to. You see, despite the scheming, despite putting his friends at risk, despite being the exact same thing that he tried so hard not to be, Dick Grayson ended up winning out. Like, he was successful in not only infiltrating the light, but stifling their plan, at least one of their plans, that was currently going on. He was wildly successful in doing so. And as a matter of fact, he quite literally got one of those ends justify the means type of deals. And that's something that I think kind of frustrated me a little bit, was like, it all worked out in the end for him. And I get that I hold Young Justice to a very high standard. It is, in my opinion, the best kids adaptation of a superhero group. And I'm saying I put it over X-Men Evolution. I put it over X-Men, not X-Men 97, but that's not a kid show anymore. I put it over X-Men. I put it over X-Men Evo. Like, for me, this is the magnum opus. And personally, to see how light, like low-key light, Nightwing got off kind of bugged me, because it all seemed to work out for him. At least that was until we get near the end of this two-part finale. You see, well, the first part of the two-part finale is genuinely heartwarming and happy. The good guys win. Calder's nowhere near close to being a bad guy. The Reach are stifled. The metahuman trade that they were going to try and enact doesn't exist anymore. Kid Flash is back in his suit. Artemis is back to being Artemis. McGann has her happiness back. Her want to be a hero. She's not afraid to use her powers right now anymore. All of these things have gone well. Batgirl is still like Batgirl and not Oracle, so that's also a really great thing. War World has been taken down. Like, all of these wonderful things have come to fruition.
I'm still just so glad you're alive, and that Alkalad's not a traitor. No more faking anyone's death for at least a year, okay?
But unfortunately, even within beating the Light and taking them down and having a great success there, the Reach had a backup plan. and that was to nuke Earth to the ground, like completely destroy Earth using terrible weather patterns. And unfortunately, that entire situation would have been the end of the world. You know, other than like the Reach and the Light teaming up to end the world, because that definitely would have been worse. But in order to save the world, somebody is going to have to pay a price, and that price ultimately would be the life of one of everybody's favorite characters in the show. Kid Flash had been integral to this show for its entire run. He's the comic relief, he's the wisecracking yet big-hearted guy on the team. I love him. I love Kid Flash was who I started talking about Young Justice with because I love the character so much. And in my opinion, it is partly to blame on Nightwing's shoulders as to why Kid Flash has to die and why he does. He pulled Kid Flash back into this life. And again, personal responsibility. Kid Flash chose to put the suit back on. He chose to go run. And it's not entirely fair to put it all on Nightwing's shoulders, but putting some of the blame there, I feel, is warranted, because he is the one who roped not only him, but Artemis back into the life, got them to go out and do these things once again. And it genuinely led to what was one of the most devastating deaths in fiction for me as a child, was to see Wally West go, because he was, by and large, he was my favorite member from season 1, because Blue Beetle quickly took his spot, because Jaime is Jaime, but he is my favorite of the OG cast members by a mile. And to see him have to go was arguably one of the most devastating things possible. I can only imagine the weight that would put on Nightwing's shoulders. And I think this really is, unfortunately, his punishment. It's his punishment for being the way he was and for not being Nightwing, but ultimately choosing to be Batman Light. And unfortunately, that's just what it is what it is, right? And I think that Nightwing shouldn't have been team leader going forward after all of this. And I do think he probably decided that somewhere around War World, where he had rescued his team. He probably decided that somewhere around there. But after the death of Wally, I think that really cemented his need to step away from the team. But I don't love the way in which he does it. The way in which he chooses to step away from the team is not the best. Roll the clip.
No time for you to resign.
I'm not resigning, just taking a leave of absence. Besides, if you need help, Barbara's more than ready to step up.
Agreed, but Dick...
I need a break, Calder. You, me, Wally, we founded this team. Without him...
He basically dumps the team right back into Calder's lap, as though Wally's death does not affect Calder, as though Calder having to be undercover these last few months hasn't severely affected him. Him having to fight and put away his own father, the loss of Tula. Nightwing selfishly puts his best friend back in charge of the team without giving him some time to breathe, because Nightwing needs that time to breathe. At least that's what he says. And while I don't think he should have been leader, I don't think dumping it in Calder's lap was the right decision either. To me, it feels selfish, unfortunately. And as I have probably titled the video, and as I've stated multiple times, Young Justice failed Nightwing. By and large, character assassination. This isn't Nightwing. Now's the part where you get a little bit of director's commentary, if you will. I think, honestly, looking back at this video in particular, I feel like I was really harsh on Nightwing. I think the overall point I was trying to get to was reached, but I think I attributed a little bit too much of the blame to Nightwing solely for this plan and the way everything went down, when I definitely could have attributed more to the people that were willingly involved with it. Overall, I'm still very proud of this video, and I still stand by most of the points that I made in it. And as well, being on camera for what was one of the first times ever was definitely an interesting experience. I didn't really know what to do with the microphone and the echo, something I tried fixing audio-wise this time around, but I couldn't really get where I wanted it to be. You'll probably see me on camera again sometime soon. The only reason I stopped was because I was in the process of moving. Now that I'm officially moved into my new place, you should see me on camera again, hopefully. I hadn't expected it to take 6 months, but you know, that's the problem with moving your green screen setup first before everything else. Real genius move there. Now, all I ask for this next video is that you go in with an open mind and just know that I love Wally very much. The second season of Young Justice was all about changes, and with change naturally comes loss. The loss of places that we once loved, the loss of characters and their previous identities, and the loss of people in general. Wally West is one of those people that we lost in the second season of Young Justice, and in my opinion, Wally West needed to die. Now, before all of you guys crucify me, Alder and Wally were my 1A and 1B of season 1. These characters I absolutely fell in love with. Artemis coming in at a close third. Cold Hearted is still by far my favorite episode in the entire show out of all of its seasons. This version of Wally West, despite some of its inconsistencies with him, for example, being slower than other versions of Wally, proved to be my favorite adaptation of the character. Outside of the comic books, this is my one go-to for Wally West. And I hope that by the end of this video, you'll at least come to understand why I believe he needed to die. Wally comes from a family of superheroes. Jay Garrick's Flash, Barry Allen's Flash. Wally decided to repeat the same experiment his uncle Barry did in order to get his superpowers, because he viewed being a superhero as cool. He viewed saving the day as fun. To Wally, the superhero life was normal. It was something to follow in the footsteps of the rest of his family. To him, it was fun and novel. To a lot of the rest of the cast members of Young Justice, this is either their first experience being a superhero, or this is something that they have been ingrained with from a mentor that takes the game far more seriously. This life that Wally West leads, that his uncle Barry leads, that Jay Garrick led, is dangerous. This life is not something to play with. It's something that we see Kid Flash start to understand as the show goes on, especially in Cold Hearted. Wally originally belimes the idea of basically running an Oregon cross country to save the life of some princess. He would much rather be working with the Flash and the rest of the team and the League in order to take down all of the ice villains going around. He doesn't recognize necessarily the importance of saving this one girl's life. But by the end of the episode, what Wally West truly learns is that in saving this young girl's life, it was the greatest thing that he might ever do in his. A big theme for Wally throughout the first season was learning that this life has consequences, and that this life isn't just about beating up supervillains and collecting cool looking souvenirs. And that's something we see follow us even through the 5-year time skip. Now, I know the idea of making a time skip and not showing any of it on screen and relegating a lot of it to tie-in comic books and a tie-in video game that was objectively terrible, even if I loved it personally as a dumb child, was not a cool move. But a lot of the reason as to why Wally retired and left the life behind comes from that tie-in video game. You see, during the tie-in game, the team has to experience a terrible loss that is in one of their new members, Tula. Tula being Aqualad's love interest from the very first season of the show. Tula ends up dying on a mission gone wrong, and this is finally the trigger for Wally. Off screen, we had seen the deaths of the second Blue Beetle, we had the death of Jason Todd, we had the figuring out that Wally had been friends with a clone the whole time. The real Speedy had never been outside of cryotherapy. They had never met the real Speedy. They had only met the Roy Harper that they know. All of these things started to compound, and ultimately Wally decided to retire and to take a step back from the life of being a superhero because it was dangerous, because Wally realized that it is far too much for even him and Artemis to handle. The two ultimately decided to retire and to focus on their studies, to go to school, to live a normal life, at least attempt to live a normal life. And for Wally, that does not mean abandoning his friends, not even in the slightest. He is still there for the team, but he's not there in the capacity of Kid Flash anymore. For all intents and purposes, catchphrase, Wally West's Kid Flash died the day Tula died. Wally appeared in 24 of the original 26 episodes from the first season of this show. He was a founding member of the team and an integral core part of it. Yet for the second season, Wally appears 9 times out of 20, less than 50%, and a majority of those times are front-loaded, meaning the second half and last half of the season is majorly without Wally West. We follow other characters instead, some who have taken his place as the jokester, some who has taken his place as the heart, but nobody that has replaced Wally as a character when it comes to the sense of his presence. The first episode that we see Wally West make an actual appearance happens to be the very same one that we get to see Roy Harper for the first time. He's looking extremely disheveled and clearly is in need of an intervention from his friends, Wally being one of those friends. Despite leaving the life behind and despite putting the cape and cowl down, he hasn't given up on his friends. He hasn't given up on being a good friend to these people that grew up with him. He recognizes Roy for being the man that he is, the man that is his friend, because he's only ever known this version of Roy Harper. He doesn't know anybody else. And so he tries to be there for his friend. And ultimately, that's unsuccessful. Roy is too stuck in his own mind and too stuck on finding the quote-unquote real Roy Harper to hear anything that Wally has to say. And so ultimately, he has to give up because you're not able to help somebody who isn't ready to help themselves. Wally recognizes that. But it is in this first appearance, though, that we also get to see something absolutely beautiful. We get to see the fruits of the Wally and Artemis relationship that had been building throughout a majority of the first season and had gone through a lot during those 5 years in between, through high school, through college, through moving in together, through creating a life together outside of being superheroes. It's something beautiful to see. It's something that, for me personally, I've always wanted to see superheroes do, to grow up, to get families, to move on, even if it's with the cape and cowl or without it. It's something that I think this show did wonderfully well. It's why I love the time skip. The idea that these characters actually grow. Something modern comics seem extremely afraid to do, too afraid to let characters like Batman grow, characters like the Flash grow. This show chose to go in the opposite direction, and it's beautiful.
Well, I remembered too. I got you your favorite food. Everything.
Babe, you rock.
The second time we get to see Wally, it's less fun for him and less enjoyable for him. Not that exactly being part of an intervention for your friend is fun, but it's not fun in the sense that he has to come out of being a superhero. He has to unretire from being the Kid Flash, at least for a little bit, due to the fact that his relative from the far-off future happens to come back in time. And this also soft launches his technical replacement, even though Impulse is his own character, and I really don't want to call Impulse a replacement because he's a wonderful character and shouldn't have to live up to the standards of an expertly written character like Wally West, but unfortunately some fans do view him that way. Disclaimer aside, Wally West does come in to help with the Impulse problem, or at least problem during this first episode. And it's absolutely wonderful that we get to see Impulse and Wally interact, and it's also a great bit of nostalgia that we get to see Wally in costume for what is going to be the first out of 3 episodes that we will see him suited up as Kid Flash once again.
You're Wally West, my first cousin once removed.
The operative word being removed.
Impulse and Wally West, especially with the Flash teaming up, is one of my personal favorite episodes of the show. It has a lot of significance for Wally West, specifically in the idea that he comes out of costume, comes out of retirement when his friends need him most. It's the idea that despite everything around Wally, despite the retirement, despite the sadness, and despite the reality of the dangers that come with the life, when he is needed, he will always be there for his friends. It's part of what, for me, made Wally such a great and fantastic character in this show. As well, this also leads to the idea of being important for Impulse. It's Impulse's introduction episode, and he's highly important to this season, along with Blue Beetle. Those two things aren't really important for this episode, but what is the slow and minor allusions this episode makes towards Wally's death in the final episode. It's also worth noting that Wally is wearing his costume before he got it upgraded, so no elbow pads, no shoulder pads, no like eating compartment. It's just to prove once again he's been out of the suit for a while. And also we run into one of my personal favorite gags from the second season.
You getting any of this?
Every fifth word, maybe. Flash! Yo, Flash!
Sorry, got sidetracked. You on board?
With what?
Although the one thing I think I dislike the most about this episode is the idea that Wally is more than willing to fling himself back into danger when called upon, even though it puts into jeopardy the life that he has been making with Artemis, one in which they both mutually agreed to retire, one in which both characters ultimately decided to step away. And as much as I do love this episode, it is a little bit frustrating to see just how slow Wally is, and to also see him have to come out of retirement like this. But ultimately, it's still way too enjoyable to just be like I'm just being very nitpicky right now because it helps fill my narrative in for what I'm trying to get my point across with. And this episode also, as I mentioned earlier, does an amazing job alluding to Wally's future death. The way in which the team tries to run around the man who's about to literally blow himself up and the majority of the city up is ultimately the same way in which they try to defeat the weather storm at the end of the season finale. It's something that is extremely telling when you watch this after like the first time. And it's pretty ironic when you look at the very next episode Wally appears in, being one in which Dick Grayson asked Artemis to come back and be Artemis. Well, to only be Artemis for one mission. You see, when Wally comes back, he is okay with putting himself at danger, but doesn't like the idea of specifically his best friend asking his girlfriend to put herself at an extreme risk, that being to fake die and to go undercover as an agent. Now, when you watch this episode for the first time, you truly do feel for Wally West because he is trying to retire and he is trying to do better, and Artemis ultimately ends up dying. Something that is completely out of left field and is not shocking the way in which Wally reacts to her wanting to leave to go be a superhero once again, even if it is a bit hypocritical.
My best friend. He knows we're trying to leave the life behind.
Don't blame Nightwing. The decision was mine.
Wally is now also burdened with the idea that he has to keep this secret for Dick Grayson and secret from the team, specifically from his friends, which is kind of crazy to see, especially because Wally himself is still shown to be quite close to the friends that he made being in the team. It's not exactly like it was that far off for him to keep in contact with a lot of them. He still cared for a lot of the members on the team, and he's already been keeping the secret of Calder as though that wasn't enough being on the team. That being that like Calder's evil, in case this is your first time hearing about this, but I'm gonna assume if you clicked on this video, you probably are paying attention and hearing this. Either way, Wally now has to keep this secret from what is ostensibly part of his family, especially in members like Superboy, and it doesn't really sit right with me that he would keep this secret, especially knowing that he formed this team to no longer keep these secrets. For somebody who says they want to leave the life so badly, he flirts dangerously with the line of being in the life and also no longer being in the life. To me, it's a little bit of foreshadowing and telling that even though he wants to leave, it'll never leave him, right? It's almost as though this life has a bit of a hold on him he'll never be able to let go of, no matter how much he says he wants to. And ultimately, him not letting go of the life would eventually lead to his death. It is partly a cautionary tale of not being able to let go of something that may be dangerous. And while I'll get more on Wally's death near the end of this video, so please bear with me, I do want to set up where he is as a character and where we see him throughout the entirety of this second season. And since I'm here and I really want to mention it, Calder was really out here aura farming before he killed Artemis. Like, that's got to be one of the craziest things I've ever seen. And side tangent over, Wally isn't exactly the happiest when it comes to the situation in general, and he makes that very clear to Dick.
They're in.
Who are you kidding? It only gets more dangerous from here.
And what is in my opinion, the most heartbreaking scene to come out of this entire saga is having to see Artemis's mother crying at her daughter's grave. They didn't even want to include Artemis's mother in this, and Wally, still having one foot in the life and one foot out, keeps the lie in front of a woman that would eventually one day become his mother-in-law if the relationship with Artemis continued, someone he wanted to be his mother-in-law. That man loved Artemis more than anything, and he loved family. We see that with his family. We see that with Dick. Despite their turmoil and constant bickering in the second season, he views Dick as a brother. Those two are so close, even relative to Calder or relative to Red Arrow. Dick and Wally are like this. And ultimately, it's that relationship that leads him to lying to a woman that would eventually be his mother-in-law, to the woman that is the mother of the greatest love of his life. Now, part of that responsibility is on Artemis, so I'm not putting all the shade and all the blame on Wally. But again, it's the idea that he's still got one foot in and one foot out, and it leads to this absolutely gut-wrenching scene.
This has been the hardest 2 days of my life. Harder than prison, than losing the use of my legs, than losing Jade to the life. I could not have survived this without you.
And we see just how much of this truly weighs on Wally as a character, especially in the next episode that we see him in. This episode's entire idea was that it's a little bit of shock value because it involves destroying the cave, a place that we as an audience have come to love, a place that I came to view as somewhere that I'd want to be, a place that I would never want to see go. It's a wonderful set piece. It is the housing of the beginning of the team, the middle of the team, and the end of the team in this context anyways. And I absolutely was devastated to see it go. It's something that Wally was also devastated to see go, but not for the same reasons. He was upset that Robin, Nightwing, decided to use this place that was a home for his friends, for his family, less so about his souvenirs now, but a place that housed so many memories, including memorials for those friends that he had lost, and ultimately to trade it for information and to better their timing against the light. It's something that didn't sit with Wally well in the slightest. Didn't really sit well with me either. I wasn't a huge fan of this, but that's besides the point. Wally himself ultimately goes to confront Dick about this in a legitimately explosive argument, because at the end of the day, it all boils down to one thing. This man loves Artemis, and as much as he might have one foot in and one foot out, he is finally ready to pull both feet out, at least for right now, especially when it comes to endangering the woman that he loves more than anything. And ultimately, he expresses this to Dick, and it gets a little nasty.
He took 3 more hostages, members of your team.
And we'll rescue them when we rescue Lagoon Boy.
Dick, he blew up the cave!
To Wally, this was far more than just losing the cave. This was putting his friends in danger, his family in danger, his former teammates in danger. This to him was something far, far larger. And unfortunately, he has to do nothing but sit on the sidelines because that's the place that he's chosen. And it's something that I think will push him later in the season to go out and join them for their final assault on the light. Artemis, for the record, has been a very active component throughout this entire season since coming back in like the second episode. She's pretty much been a mainstay throughout it, just with Calder's subplot rather than the rest of the team, even as Wally continues to sit on the sidelines.
Are you serious? I don't care about that junk. I'm worried about Artemis, terrified for her. You put her right into his hands.
The situation has him so stressed, he's even willing to admit that perhaps one of his closest friends, a man that he grew up with and loved as a brother, may be going too far undercover. He may be too deep. The idea that Black Manta is his father, the idea that the love of his life died only a few short months ago, is all things that are fresh in Wally's mind. And while he does levy that accusation from a healthy level of skepticism, he is ultimately wrong. Calder is always 10-tone down for the team. We love Calder. He's the GOAT. No much more for me to say on that topic. But that's the last time we see Wally until the finale of this show. For the rest of the episodes in this season, we won't see Wally until the final 2. That is it. He is truly very front-loaded, and even with being front-loaded, he only has one real episode where he's the main character or is given more than like 6 or 7 minutes of screen time at all. It is genuinely something sad to see from a character that was one of my favorites, if not my favorite from the first season. And once again, I think it was well warranted. If you truly wanted to sell the idea that Wally was retired and that Wally didn't want to be a part of this life anymore, he could not be a mainstay on the roster. If you wanted to sell the idea that Artemis was having second thoughts about leaving the superhero life behind, and that perhaps this is what she wanted to continue to do, you had to keep her on the main roster the entire time. These are all things that I think the showrunners did very well, even if it meant that I have to lose out on bits and pieces of my favorite character. Now, I do want to say that the second season is my favorite season by far, even if it did shaft my favorite character a little bit. At least favorite character from the first season. Blue Beetle became my favorite character from this one by far. Probably due to the absence of Wally West in a lot of these episodes. This season was only 20 episodes long, and personally, I would have liked to have seen it be 21. I wanted one episode where I could have seen Wally and Dick reconcile. That's something that we didn't see at all in the show, and maybe it was in one of the tie-in comics, but we should have really put it in the show. It should have been there. I wish we could have had an extra episode for that. Although maybe it does just add to the tragedy and to the sadness of losing Wally West. The idea that him and Nightwing never really made up in a way in which that we saw on camera. Part of that may also help lead to the tragedy that is the ending of this second season. And with all of that out of the way, that leads us to the two-part finale. Something that I've been personally dreading since I decided to cover the second season of this show. It is ultimately having to see one of my personal favorite characters die. Despite the title of this video, despite the fact that I have repeatedly said that Wally West needed to die, I never wanted him to die. I never wanted to see a time skip. Part of me that is still that child that watched this TV show back when it was not really originally airing, I watched it on DVDs, that watched this show on DVDs as a kid, really wanted to see Wally West live. He really wanted to just get a second season of spoon-fed goodness of Young Justice, something that didn't feel real, something that didn't feel adult, something that didn't feel as though it was going to continue on even if I watched or not. And that's how this show feels. It feels adult. It feels as though the world goes on even when we aren't looking as the audience. It's part of the beauty of a show like this, but it's also part of its own downfall in my heart. One of the things that really struck me the most was the idea that Wally West in and of himself was still ready to give up being Kid Flash. That Wally still no longer wanted to run this role as Kid Flash. He was more than willing and more than ready to give it up to Bart, to give it up to Impulse. Somebody has to carry on the Kid Flash legacy. And I think having to see him say that, see him say that he wanted to give it up, has to be one of the most painful things, knowing how it all ends. That wasn't something I expected even in the slightest. Personally, I never even saw Wally's death coming.
Hey, once this whole invasion thing's over, Artemis and I are going back into retirement. Someone needs to carry on the family tradition.
Dude, that is so crash!
And well, the team may have been successful today on this day fighting the light before the Reach's ultimate plan to nuke the Earth comes into fruition. It was genuinely beautiful getting to see the team have a success. The season was filled not only with change and loss, but with tremendous setbacks, constantly. Whether it was Calder being undercover, whether it was the team not working cohesively, people like Blue Beetle, Wally West finding that the leadership given to him by Robin or Nightwing, I apologize, was not adequate. All of these things compounded on each other into seeing a beautiful victory fighting against the light. All of the risks that were taken, all of the people put in danger, ultimately it all paid off because they won on that day. All of it paid off for those few minutes. Again, it's so painful to have to go back and watch this. Right, I realized I haven't really mentioned the Reach, and they're kind of important to this last part of the video, so while I'm here, the Reach are an intergalactic species that created the Scarabs. They're using the Scarabs on people like Blue Beetle to be an ambassador for the world. And being an ambassador for the world, Blue Beetle is also going to be mind-controlled and used to hopefully take over the world, because the Reach want to harvest what the humans have and call a metagene. You see, the metagene is what humans use to get their powers. Think Black Canary, Black Lightning, Static Shock, Flash, right? It's all in a metagene. They're all metahumans. The Reach wants to harvest this and use them as either A, human batteries, or B, as soldiers, and also intergalactic slave trade, but we don't learn that until the 3rd season because this is still a kid's show at this point. Either way, all of these things compound into the Reach having a contingency plan in case humanity was too strong, humanity fought back, and ultimately was going to be in a position to defeat them. That contingency plan was to cause irreversible weather damage to the entire world using these little devices. And of course, everybody needs to group up, team up, and split up in order to destroy each one of these boxes. And when we get to see Kid Flash and Artemis team up to destroy these boxes, the dude is jolly. He's talking about going back to Paris with her, taking her on vacation, loving her, and enjoying life with her. And Artemis is still thinking like she's gonna be in the game, talking about things like there will always be a world to save. And that is no more truer than when they find the last box on Antarctica. It is one that is going to basically act as a nuke and explode. And so the Flash team, specifically Barry and Impulse, need to run in grand circles in order to fling it up into the sky. And what does Barry do? He ultimately realizes they're not going to have enough. And so Wally, in realizing there's not enough speed just between the two of them, despite being slower, he ultimately ends up joining in. And in doing so, he gives his life away to save the world. Wally ends up giving his own life in order to save everybody, despite knowing that he is slower, despite being slower, despite saying how many times he wanted to be free of this life, of the consequences that come with it. Wally had to pay the ultimate consequence that comes with being a superhero.
Look, Barry. Oh, man. Artemis is so gonna kill me for this. And don't even get me started on Mom and Dad. Kid, just tell them. Okay? Kid!
As consequences. It is definitely something that Wally learned in the 1st season, something he had experienced firsthand during the 5-year time skip, and those were consequences he was seeking to avoid for not only him, but the woman that he loved so much by no longer being in the game, by no longer being a superhero. But ultimately, in choosing to suit up that last time, in choosing to be the hero that everybody needed in that moment, to being Kid Flash, Wally gave his life away and ultimately died. And this was needed. It was a genuine shock to everybody involved, and it was a shock to me. I didn't even expect this to happen in the slightest, and I don't think most of the people in the audience were ready for it. But I think that's the point. The showrunners, I believe, wanted to get across the idea that this life is dangerous, that nobody is considered safe, and even those who try so hard to walk away are ultimately pulled back in and are going to end up giving the same fate that Tula met, that Jason met, that the original, well, the second Blue Beetle, Ted Kord, met. Ultimately, this life comes with consequences and it comes with dangers. And to show that to everybody, and especially to show to a character like Nightwing, that taking all of these risks is not worth it, because eventually it will lead to the death of somebody close to you that you care about. Part of this is a little bit on Nightwing for actively trying to bring all of his friends in on these secrets, and I think this lesson hits him the hardest, and it's the idea that this life has consequences, and sometimes those consequences are irreversible. If you haven't noticed, this video's runtime is about 50% of the original Wally West video that I posted. This video has half the runtime that the first Wally West video I posted has, because there is half the things to talk about, because there is a distinct lack of the character. And as much as I think it is narratively brilliant. Okay, so at this point in the video, the audio that I had used on my microphone ended up being corrupted, and all I had left was the audio that was recording off of my camera, which was my phone at the time. The audio sounded really bad, but to wrap up, basically what I was saying was that while I think this is a phenomenal narrative decision, it is still something that made me super upset, because Wally was one of my favorite characters from that first season. Basically, him and Calder were competing for spots 1A and 1B throughout the whole show. So to have to see him go was miserable, but from a writing standpoint, it was so beautiful. The idea that the kid that has the family of superheroes, long-lasting generations of being a hero, ends up being the one to make that ultimate sacrifice. He doesn't get the happy ending that it seems like the rest of his family does. It's beautiful in its tragedy. I don't know, maybe I'm just a masochistic sucker for pain when it comes to my favorite comic book characters. Roy Harper's character arc in Young Justice's first 2 seasons can be summed up in one word: obsession. His obsession with joining the Justice League, originally founded and put into him via Cadmus and the Light, drove him to not only leaving Green Arrow as his sidekick, but also striking it out on his own at 18, wanting to become a member of the Justice League. All of this was obviously not something that he actually wanted. The obsession was planted into him so that he could be a mole, somebody to take over the Justice League and to ruin them from the inside out to benefit the Light, a big evil organization that wants to control the world from the shadows and bring the world into the light. And while this obsession was completely manufactured and fake, Roy seems to show that obsession runs deep in his veins, far outside of just Cadmus programming. Because when Roy Harper finds out that he is a clone, that he has been programmed, and that he's been nothing more than a tool, he has one thing on his mind and one thing only, and that's finding the real Roy Harper. And going forward, just for the sake of not being confused all the time, I'm going to be calling him Will Harper, which is what he goes by in season 3 onwards. And while he isn't called that in the second season, which is what I'll be mostly covering, it just helps me differentiate and will hopefully help you differentiate as well. Now, as many of you know, there is a massive time jump between seasons 1 and 2 of Young Justice. So in order to catch up with Will Harper and see where he's at the start of the second season, we have to cover the 5-year time skip, because a lot changed for Will during those 5 years and a lot happened. But you wouldn't know any of this happened unless you not only played Young Justice's very mediocre tie-in game for the Xbox 360 and PS3, but you also had to collect each and every one of Red Arrow's diaries in those games to get caught up with Roy and what he had been doing during the time skip. And these diaries are extremely important to his development as a character and extremely important to the second season of the show. So it absolutely baffles me that, again, it was locked away in a tie-in game. Now, I won't be going over each and every one of these diaries, but more or less summarizing them and reading word for word the more important ones. But I will be putting them up on screen in case you're interested at reading them in their entirety, so feel free to pause and read them as you see them on screen. Will's first diary entry takes place on the same day as we saw the finale of season 1. He can't sleep. He is struggling with being a clone. It's something that's been on the forefront of his mind since the very beginning, and he's not taking it very well. His second diary journal is on February 1st of that same year. They are actively looking for Roy and hoping that it gets better. These diary journals also help as pieces of world building for other characters. You can see Diana talking about Aquaman's son being born. They're just little setup things that these diaries have. It makes the world building more fun, but it's just so sad it was locked behind a video game. In Diary Journal 3, which is actually a 2-part report, this takes place in March of year 1 of the team as well. He is still continuing to do sweeps of Cadmus and actually trying his best to find if there's any chance of Roy Harper being there. As we know from the end scene of the first season, the Light moved Roy Harper out, which means Will is not going to find anyone at Cadmus. And by this point, being March, most of the league has kind of given up, at least based on these journal entries. And we see another skip ahead to November 1st of year 1 of the team as well, in which we get to see people like Blue Beetle join the team, but again, we're still getting nothing from Roy. He's still questioning himself as to whether or not Will Harper is a real person, or if he still has Cadmus programming inside of him. The next diary journal entry picks up in year 2 of the team in October. He is infiltrating Lex Luthor's robotics plant and is actively trying to continue to look, along with another clone of Roy Harper, that being the original Guardian. You may remember him from the pilot and for mostly getting mind controlled for a lot of the first season. But ultimately, with nothing to be found in October, and we're getting close to being a year after finding out that Will is a clone, most people are giving up, but he refuses to. In December, he continues to track every single step that Lex Luthor is making, going to different organizations Luthor has, but in the process, he ends up running into Cheshire, and he ultimately sees Cheshire as a way in to hopefully get close to the League of Shadows, who work very closely with the Light. And in Journal 5, we see that come to fruition. November of Team Year 3, so it's been an entire year since his last journal update. He has pretty much joined the League of Shadows, but using Cheshire as a front to get in. Him and Jade actually begin to grow pretty close as Journal 6 opens up. He sees there's a lot behind Jade that most people don't find, especially during Team Year 4. And it even gets to the point where Cheshire was willing to blow her cover with the League of Assassins, drop her fake psychopathic mask, all to help take care of Will. They share a very like Spider-Man, Black Cat, Batman, Catwoman dynamic where it's never going to really work out, no matter how much you might want it to or Will might want it to, just because of the opposite natures of the character. But for right now, they're very aligned. In journal number 7, he's still hot on the trail, but it's just been coming up empty, completely empty. And by journal number 8, Roy and Jade are still looking but haven't found anything. Again, we're well into year 4 of the team existing, closing in on year 5. And we even get to see a little bit of his own self-loathing. When he looks at Superboy, he sees a successful clone, somebody that lives up to the moniker of Superman, where he doesn't live up to the moniker of Roy Harper at all. He feels that he is nothing and worthless in comparison. And by journal number 9, it's over. Him and Jade have been getting into a lot of fights, and Jade is even starting to lose faith at this point, which is kind of crazy because the two are married. Yes, during the time between the first 2 seasons, him and Jade got married during the search for the real Roy Harper. It, again, is like a Catwoman Batman thing. It's kind of sad, honestly. But finally, by journal number 10, Jade took off, and he's got nothing. No leads, no trail, absolutely nothing. He is alone. He's exhausted every single resource. All of his money, all of his time, all of his energy. He hasn't been training. He hasn't been keeping up with his body intake. And he is, for all intents and purposes, catchphrase, broken. And when we find him in the 2nd season, his appearance reflects that. He is skinnier. He's gaunt. He has a shaggy haircut, a really terrible 5 o'clock shadow, and he's overall looking rough. And it's clear he's been having to do a lot of odd things to survive. For reference, he's actively stealing money from a person he just helped recover their money because he needs it. He isn't doing well in the slightest. The things that he was able to do previously as Red Arrow, he physically can't do. He's at the end of his rope, and because this was a kid's show, they don't really outright state that he was using, but just by looking at him in the way in which he was acting and the way in which Jade left, it can very much be implied that he was using, especially with the show getting a more mature rating for seasons 3 and onward. Will was clearly struggling, and everybody could tell. The obsession was eating at him. He has spent 5 years on the run actively trying to find the original Roy Harper, and it hasn't worked. and his community is trying to rally behind him, some with soft love and some with tough love. But Will wasn't hearing any of it.
No.
My body's no temple. It's a cheap knockoff. A clone.
Roy is just completely full of self-hate and self-loathing, believing he stepped in and took the place of what should be the original Roy Harper. And so in this situation, Will is miserable. But at the same time, we see Jim, aka Guardian. Jim Harper was once and previously also a clone, but he has moved on. He has made a life for himself outside of being a clone. And in doing so, he had to give up and put away the Guardian persona. He had to become his own person outside of what Cadmus made him, much like Superboy. But ultimately, Roy doesn't want to hear any of that, even when his friends are trying to tell him that they were never friends with the original Roy Harper. They were always friends with Will, because that's the guy they fought alongside.
We've all done the math. Speedy was abducted before any of us met.
You're the guy we trained beside, fought beside. You're the only you we know.
But as I've said many a time on this channel, you can't help somebody that isn't ready to help themselves. And unfortunately, Will just ain't ready to help himself yet. He isn't ready to give up on Speedy, and while that is admirable, he's also not taking care of himself and doing right by the people he needs to do right by in his life. And importantly, that includes Cheshire. Now Cheshire comes back with something crucial. She knows where Roy Harper is, the real one, but it's going to come at a cost. And that's for Will to get his shit together. Because they got a daughter, man.
Roy, I left because your obsession with finding Speedy was all-consuming. There wasn't room in your life for anything else or anyone. Not me, and not our daughter.
We have a daughter?
And this is what it took for Will to get himself together. Not only being able to finally have a reason outside of finding the original Roy Harper to live, but also in finding the person he's been searching for all this time. This is, for all intents and purposes, a toxic relationship dynamic, and Cheshire ain't exactly baby mama material, although these guys are married, so technically wife material. But it's clear that she does care for the kid, and Roy sees a lot of what Artemis has in her. He sees that Cheshire isn't a terrible person, and so he is more than willing to try and get his life back on track and get it together, if it means not only being in his daughter's life, but potentially having Jade back with him. And as well, getting to wrap up finding Roy solves a lot of the problems he's been dealing with, because again, a lot of this conflict, a lot of this obsession runs rooted in the idea that he has to find the man whose life that he stole. It is again a very admirable goal, but one he has given everything to, and thankfully he doesn't have to anymore, because ultimately he does find Roy, despite people saying that he is dead, despite Jim mentioning specifically that Cadmus gets rid of the original DNA samples. Roy was kept on ice in case he was useful, and ultimately the light keeping him was a pretty big mistake on their end. For once, they weren't playing pseudo mind games, they just actually messed up. And ultimately, Will gets to finally move on from the #1 thing that has been bugging him for the last 5 years. And by bugging, I mean weighing down heavily, because he's been unable to do anything else. And it is from this point forward that we thankfully get to see Will really get his life on track and put himself back together. And to give credit where credit's due, Cheshire was heavily involved with that. Not only was she standing beside Roy for a majority of like the 2 years he was on the hunt, she also was the one that ultimately found the original Roy, and thankfully was there to bring him back to a sense of normalcy. And while I won't stand here and go to bat for Cheshire because she's obviously a bad person, it is credit where credit's due in this scenario. And clearly Will sees something in her that most people didn't, because unfortunately a lot of Cheshire's character development gets to take place off screen. which bugs me to no end because just why? I love the time skip and all. I personally like it. I like the idea of time moving forward in my stories, but if you're going to give me such a drastic character change, I would like to be given a decent set of reasons on screen as to why. So now that Will has accomplished his main goal, he's kind of all free, but there's one thing he wants to do, and that's to help explain everything to the freshly woken up Roy Harper, the one that is missing an arm and that is still perpetually like 17 years old and has the angst to show it. When we meet this version of Roy, he is like somehow far angrier and more brooding than Will, and Will was already those things, but it is very, very clear that they're distinctly different people. And unfortunately, as much as Will tries to be there and comfort along with Green Arrow, it's not working out too well. Understandably, Roy is angry. Somebody else has been living his life for over half a decade, close to like 8 years at this point. It's horrific. But ultimately, he has the empathy and the wherewithal to understand it's not the clone's fault, but rather he's extremely pissed at Green Arrow because GA thought that he was doing detective work. He thought that he found the real Roy Harper, but ultimately all he did was find a clone. And this has led to what would be Green Arrow's third failed prodigy. He failed Red Arrow, he failed Artemis because Artemis is dead at this point and everybody thinks that she is, and he failed Will. It's extremely hard to take on, and Roy doesn't make it any easier on him.
I don't know. Seems to me the clone didn't do anything wrong. He didn't ask to be created. Plus, he found me. I can't blame him for this.
But I can totally blame you!
Roy, we were partners. Friends! How could you not know I've been replaced? How could you leave me in Luther's hands for 8 years?
But if there was one truly good thing to come out of this, it's that Roy, specifically Will, my bad, is finally able to let go of his obsession. Will is finally free, and in doing so, he is finally able to reconcile not only with being a clone, but reconcile with his past and reconcile with Green Arrow. To admit that GA was a good mentor and a good man. To admit to himself that he can finally move on. It is a beautiful sequence, and something that I think was a really great way to end Will Harper's development for this second season.
Curse, isn't it? Having me for a mentor. Speedy, Red Arrow, and Artemis. The three of you all poster children for the Stay Away from Green Arrow Club.
I may not have always shown it over the years, but I don't feel that way.
In the end, we get a calmer, more level-headed, and just far more well-rounded human being in Will Harper. It's a great way to leave him off in Season 2, but that may leave you questioning, Venny, why is there still so much time left in this video? Well, the video does say Roy Harper, right? And technically, we just found a OG. So that means it's time to dig into Roy Harper and his obsession. This being Roy Prime, or the not clone version, because the obsession seems to run in the DNA of Roy Harper as a character, because this version of Roy is completely obsessed with revenge. Because the first thing that was on Roy's mind the second that he had woke up and had everything explained to him was to immediately go to one of the few safe houses that Green Arrow kept around, because he's quite the pack rat, and to take his old equipment and use it to hunt down and kill Lex Luthor. He only had that on his mind. That is all he wanted to do, but he chose to do it in a very different way. Roy doesn't have his arm anymore, which means using his bow is completely out of the question. So now he goes for something a little more explosive. Now mind you, how this man thought he was going to use an RPG with one arm and managed to is far beyond my comprehension. But hey, he's just got it like that. He has completely given up the persona of being Speedy and has rather chose to set out on his own mission that is, well, more detrimental to his health than usual. I can't say the word because YouTube really doesn't like it. Either way, he pulls a red hood on Lex Luthor and literally tries to blow this man up. Shout out New Jersey in 2012. Ultimately though, this obsession quite literally nearly ended up with Roy being dead again, because everybody thought he was dead for like the 8 years he was gone, because he can't let go of this obsession with Lex Luthor. Matter of fact, dude was quite willing to put himself into severe danger and almost completely get himself killed in order to kill Lex Luthor. I mean, at least he's got, you know, willpower. What I will say is though, like, the rope that you can wrap around and explodes is extraordinarily cool. I thought it was awesome. Either way, Roy ultimately doesn't end up killing Lex Luthor and rather takes something that will help him forever protect his true #1 obsession, and that is never going on ice again. Roy never wants to be captured. He never wants to be taken away from whatever life he is going to build after this. He wants to grasp hold of it and never let it go. So for today, Lex Luthor gets to live, and Roy gets a way of protecting himself no matter where he's at. It's an arm much like Mercy's, in which it's a weapon. It might not look like a person's arm, but ultimately, it's going to keep him safe going forward and forever. Although, I don't know if I'd ever trust a piece of technology that Lex Luthor handed to me, because there's always a catch. Just look at what happened to Superboy. But for right now, Roy seems to be pretty happy with it, and it is a pretty cool looking arm.
And it'll literally make me a living weapon. No one's putting me on ice again, ever.
And with this decision, he ultimately chooses to no longer be Speedy. Once again, another version of Roy Harper decides to reinvent themselves, this time as Arsenal. I think it's a really cool idea to have not only Arsenal but Red Arrow be two separate characters, because in pre-52 continuity, Red Arrow was a thing, and then in New 52, we had Arsenal. It was like, it's a pretty cool thing to see them separate them into separate characters. I really enjoy that, especially because this version of Roy Harper truly embodies that anger that Arsenal holds as a character. So that is pretty awesome. And we see this anger on display in the very next episode that he is a prominent mainstay. Roy ends up joining the team. And while Will was always hot-headed, Roy takes it up to another level, because I can only imagine the kind of trauma he probably experienced during all of that time on ice. And his hot-headedness is very much displayed in his first interaction with Nightwing, involving using the Watchtower.
You don't qualify.
Good to know where we stand.
Now, on this first mission, it was supposed to just be a covert ops mission like usual. That's mostly what the team is used for. And they're investigating Lex Luthor, the food that he's making, and his work with the Reach, as the Reach are putting special chemicals in the food to produce them faster and to also make them healthier and taste better. It's all a ploy by the Reach to unlock the metahuman gene and do their whole take over the world thing and sell metahumans for money. But unfortunately, this covert ops mission doesn't last very long, because Arsenal doesn't care if it's covert ops or not. He only cares about one thing, and that's getting back at Lex Luthor. This is once again his obsession seeping into himself and causing problems for other people. This obsession that Roy holds is ultimately going to end up really screwing over the team.
The lab? But this was a covert op. What were you thinking?
That I'm not about to let Lex Luthor and his alien space buddies poison the world just because we don't know exactly what poison they're using.
Because Roy chose his own personal selfish gain over the protection of the team, he ultimately ends up getting Black Beetle called on them, and Black Beetle was a menace throughout the show. I know I haven't really talked about him because he hasn't been relevant, but Black Beetle is like Blue Beetle on steroids, and this man is not to be played with. He is almost completely invulnerable, and one of the only things that could get to him was later revealed to be the Green Martian, who is also a scarab user, but again, not too prevalent for this video. What's really important is Arsenal is the reason he shows up and is the reason the mission went awry. He almost gets all of his team members killed because he is so hot-headed, because he is so obsessed, and because he only thinks about himself. He has the same self-destructive tendencies that we just saw with Will Harper. The only difference is he has no care or no reason to get rid of them. And unfortunately, because everything worked out, his team was willing to cover for him.
How'd the mission go?
Not quite as planned. Arsenal is a little rough around the edges, but I guess it all worked out.
But what happens when it doesn't work out? What happens when Arsenal, being reckless all for the sake of his own obsession with not getting caught, his own obsessions and vendettas against villains, ultimately lead to putting his team in severe danger and almost getting them all killed? We see that in an episode, well, 2 episodes, mostly taking place on War World, which is Mongol's whole little world where he's trying to like blow up the earth because the Justice League did some really bad stuff under control of Vandal Savage. And while the Justice League is attacking the War World and keeping it busy, Nightwing sends the Covert Ops team, which is a majority of what's left of the team at this point, including Arsenal, onto War World in the hopes that they can take it down from the inside out. And after a few setbacks, ultimately they are able to take down the War World and, thankfully, get the power source in which they're going to use to completely shut it down. But unfortunately, it goes completely wrong due to the fact that Blue Beetle, because he's under the mind control of the Scarab and the Reach, ends up betraying the team, and in doing so, he was going to lock them all up. And unfortunately, Arsenal wasn't going to play that in the slightest. Quite literally, as he was just gaining the trust of the team, he does something born of his obsession.
No. Not again.
Arsenal, no!
I will not be taken again.
Because of his obsession and because of his fear, Arsenal was more than willing to put his own teammates in even graver danger than he did before. The first time you could write it off as it all worked out well, and thankfully nobody was hurt. But in this situation, he straight up sacrificed his team so that he wouldn't be put back on ice because he's afraid, because he is obsessed with the idea of never being as vulnerable as he once was. He does not put any faith in his own strength or his team's strength, but rather takes the fastest way out, which results in his team being kidnapped and captured, and him running around War World for days on end, trying to get power and hopefully find a way to save his team. And to some extent, I get it. We all have our own obsessions, and I can see why he did the things that he did. I can empathize with why, but I can't approve of the actions he took, endangering more people than just himself. It is one thing when your obsession pushes you further and further and you're damaging yourself like Will Harper was, but it is an entirely different thing when your obsession and your pushing harms other people. That's where the line is drawn, at least for me personally. I am obsessed with this channel. I sold my entire senior year of high school to build this YouTube channel. I wasn't hanging out with my friends. I wasn't taking care of my little brother. I wasn't doing family things. I spent every single ounce of my being here for you guys. And while I don't regret it, I do recognize that it was self-destructive because I gave myself no time to rest. I gave myself no time to have a life outside of this job. And it's that recognition that Roy seems to lack, especially currently, because even when the team was rescued and the job was finished, he could not accept that what he did was wrong.
Hey, after 8 years on ice, there's no way I was getting grabbed again. And in case you hadn't noticed, my escape resulted in you being free now to stand here and complain. So how about a thank you?
And ultimately, this led to him being kicked off the team permanently. And this was it for Roy. This is the second time he's done this thing and he had no one to bail him out this time. And while Static Shock and his group seemingly want to take Roy in for saving the day for them, unfortunately, he's off the team, and eventually he's not even with Static Shock's group anymore, as they would go on to split up or, in Static's case, join the actual team. Unfortunately, Roy goes his own separate way and is, for all intents and catchphrases, alone. that's it for him and for this season. His obsession led to his own self-destruction on the team and self-destruction through the series. While this may not be as bad as Will Harper, he is completely alone and isolated. It is almost as though he is still in the ice to a lot of the other members of the team and as well the rest of this show. And while we got to see the healing of Will Harper, we got to see him at his lowest point, but also rise to a far healthier point for his daughter, we also have to recognize that Arsenal has fallen extremely far. He is fallen into that same obsession that destroyed Will earlier in the season, and it's a vicious cycle. Now, we do see him at the end of the show when the world needs just about every superhero that's available and all of their hands on deck to save the day. But in the final episode, when we see what the team looks like, Arsenal is completely missing, and obviously so is Will's Red Arrow. Because again, Red Arrow is retiring, he's taking care of his kid, and Arsenal doesn't have a place on the team because he's not a team player. And unfortunately, obsession destroyed Roy Harper. Really have a lot of love for this video in particular because I very much enjoyed getting to read through all of Roy's diaries, and while I did use images from the wiki, I went back and genuinely tried to get screen grabs of them in game, but the wiki's version was just so much higher in quality. That's what I ended up using. Again, game not great, but damn, those diaries were pretty good. The story the game was trying to tell was pretty good, but the gameplay itself, not great. I was very frustrated, especially looking back on this video, at the state that I let the green screen look. I know it wasn't perfect, mainly because at that time, as along with the previous two videos, I was recording in HDR, which doesn't appear great on non-HDR monitors. And it also doesn't translate properly to my editing software because I don't have it set up for that. And that's not something I figured out until at some point after this video. And I'm also just frustrated with the way it, like, I don't think the camera looked very good, especially that time around. So I tried my best to edit around it and to reduce as much of it as possible because I feel like it harmed the viewing experience of what I thought was a pretty good look at Roy Harper in the second season. It's kind of fun getting to do like director's commentary and fix some things on my old videos. I love doing stuff like this. When we met Connor in the first season of Young Justice, he was brash, he was bold, he was extremely confident, and he was exceedingly angry. In almost every single interaction with characters, even McGann, he was aggressive at the start. That was just his natural disposition. A lot of this comes from the idea that he is Superman's genetic match in his clone, somebody that is going to be able to fully take Superman's place one day, but having none of Superman's moral compass. Rather, he was just a blank slate that was going to be used by Lex Luthor to be a pseudo-Superman stand-in. It is through the first season that Connor has to find himself outside of just being Superman's clone. And we see that Connor has to do that by being deconstructed. When he learns that he doesn't have all of Superman's powers, it's a huge blow to his confidence. When he starts to have to learn how to reconcile with the people in his life, we see him start to get more in touch with his emotions. And one of the biggest leading factors to him growing as a person was through his relationship with McGann. A lot of his character growth was tied to that relationship, and it makes sense. McGann didn't see him as a Superman clone. McGann didn't see him as a mole or a traitor. McGann saw him as Connor Kent. So it was a hell of a surprise when we get to the second season and find no more than a few months before we pick back up with these characters that Connor and McGann have completely broken up. And as well, Connor has gone through a few fundamental changes as a character. No longer is he brash and overconfident, but rather a smart and calculating defender of the people around him. He is far more playing defense than he is offense, something that is a fighting style completely opposite to how he would have acted throughout a majority of the first season. We also see that Connor is extremely calm and relaxed. Extremely calm and relaxed, like relative to how he was in the first season. Connor has really come to find an inner peace within himself that is on display at almost all times through this season.
Enough with this Earthlings thing. I'm half Kryptonian, and Miss Martian is Martian.
You came here from Earth? Did you not?
Yeah, but we're not... Never mind.
For me, it's the way in which Connor responds that shows that emotional maturity that he's recently gained. Connor last season probably would have pouted, made an angry face, or verbalized something mean as a retort, but this version of Connor is far more in touch with his emotions and far more in touch with the idea that this is a minor inconvenience and doesn't really need to be pouted about. So instead, he just moves on, like a regularly emotionally regulated person would. He just drops it. And that's something we see throughout a majority of this episode. And now I'll kind of bring in, for those of you who maybe haven't seen this season yet, or it's been a really long time, Connor and McGann and Beast Boy, yes, Beast Boy's on the show now, are all on a different planet because the Krolataeans, an alien species, are invading Earth seeking retribution on the Justice League for the Justice League being controlled by Vandal Savage and basically destroying their world and challenging anybody in the known universe to come fight them and calling themselves the Justice League. Little explanation over, it's Connor's interactions with the character of Alana, girl sitting next to him, that we get a deeper peek behind the hood of how Connor's been feeling. We get the reveal that he's the one that broke up with McGann for reasons he's not ready to share. We also get to hear about a lot of his personal insecurities. He's a clone, which means he doesn't age. While he's watched all of his friends grow up and get older, he will forever look 16 until the day that he dies. And he'll probably outlive a lot of his friends as well due to the fact that he's just so much younger than they are on a biological scale. Connor feels the weight of all of this, and it bothers him tremendously. As well, the breakup with McGann isn't exactly doing wonders for him. Although we do see that he still cares for her greatly throughout this episode, he can't love her the way he wants to or the way he used to, and we're shown the very reason why during this episode.
McGann, what did you—
Never mind that now. We have to get back to Earth.
The driving force for why Connor and McGann broke up comes down to how McGann uses her powers. When we see McGann throughout a lot of the first season, we see that she uses her powers fairly responsibly. She's extremely powerful, she's somewhat new to them, and she's trying to learn. It is hinted that multiple times that she's far stronger of a telepath than Martian Manhunter ever would be, and that strength comes to be the very thing that would ruin her relationship with Connor. She does not care at all about the villains that she is going to use her telepathy on. Unlike John, she is not gentle. Whereas John is using a scalpel and precision, she's just busting down the door with a giant jackhammer or taking a chainsaw to the proverbial brain and psyche of any villain that she sees. She leaves them catatonic. They are literally a vegetable. That is how McGann is leaving each and every person that she finds as she tries to extract information from their minds. She doesn't care what class of criminal it is, what their crimes actually are, or if their crimes have even been committed. If she needs the information and you have it, she will extract it from your mind, and she will not do it gently. She doesn't even attempt to try and use her powers anymore the way in which John does or the way in which she used to. It is straight to the bludgeoning because that is faster and that's more efficient. And what matters to her is efficiency in being a better hero. It's so uncannily paralleled to Simon, a person that she hates, a person she doesn't want to be like, and Superboy recognizes this. Ultimately, he does not choose to report McGann, but he does decide to break off the relationship. He can't be with somebody like that. And there's another reason for this breakup, but I feel it's more poignant to talk about it when it gets brought up. And while that whole situation is really messed up, there's at least something really good that comes out of this time skip for Connor outside of his personal growth and emotional maturity. It's his relationship with Superman. When we meet Connor and Supes in the first season, and people like to say how uncharacteristic of Superman this is, Superman doesn't accept Connor in the slightest. As a matter of fact, he is very distant with Connor. He doesn't want any responsibility or anything to do with him. He does not view Connor as being his son, let alone his brother. And while I can fully understand that, I can understand why Superman doesn't want that, it was definitely a little bit weird for a character like Superman to not accept his clone. But maybe that's because he knows where his clone came from, being half Luthor, half Superman. Eventually though, Superman does come around to this, and we get to see that throughout this second season, and it's genuinely beautiful. We get to see that Connor is accepted as Con-El and is given a relationship with Superman, not a fatherly one, but rather one of brotherhood, which I think totally makes more sense considering that Superman was fairly young in the show when Connor was already made, so it makes more sense for them to have that brotherly relationship.
Gone. However long it takes to clear our names, Con-El. But we will be back, little brother.
The next episode where Superboy plays an actual prominent role has to do with his feigned involvement of Interpol potentially bomb smuggling and getting technology off-world. You'll remember them as the same people who were smuggling the sphere onto the Earth during the first season of the show. And while Superboy does want to investigate them, let's also call a spade here. He doesn't really want to be around while Lagan and McGann are having a gigantic love fest between the two of them, and it's clearly obvious even to someone like Blue Beetle. But Connor is, again, he's more emotionally open, so he's willing to let Blue Beetle in not only on his plan, but also on a little bit of the troubles he's going through with his relationship. Connor is very, very open now, and it's wonderful to see from him being so guarded previously. And we see this through Superboy's empathy, something that he showed rarely in the first season but now is often on display in a multitude of episodes. Specifically when it comes to the revival of a Palaxian, Husk, which has been revived by a mother box thanks to the Interpol gang, and it's essentially become a living being of energy. And unfortunately, in this living state, it's in nothing but constant pain. It is not the Aphylaxian that it previously was, and it's also no longer the mother box, but it is something horrifyingly alive, and it wants its life to be over. Something that Superboy can really understand, especially because it was only alive to serve as a weapon. Something Superboy deeply understands.
Power him to destroy us, to end the pain, to be still again.
I can relate. I mean, we can help you.
I think this episode is a really great look at Connor, and especially a look at his empathy and the way in which he views other beings that are similar to him. I also think it does a phenomenal job of setting up his character turn and arc in season 3, where he is publicly being a genome and acknowledging his heritage. I also think that is a really cool thing that is the seeds are being planted in this. And well, that's all nice and good. I did promise that I would talk about the other reason for McGann and Connor breaking up, and I think it's about time that we get there. In the 7th episode of this season, we're put on full blast as to why Connor had broken up with McGann. We have been getting hints. We have been getting the idea that McGann just completely mind destroys anybody in front of her. The real factor that led to their breakup was the way McGann abused her powers against Connor. Connor has already had a troubled history with mind control. Something that we had seen during the first season was genomes controlling his mind, something that he hated to the point that for a while he didn't want to let McGann into his mind for fear of her taking it over or doing something horrible. That is a piece of trauma that Connor carries, one that McGann helped break down, to the point where her touch in his mind was soothing. It was this great experience that the two characters shared. It was a deep bond. It was part of their love. And McGann turned that against him.
How could you think I wouldn't recognize your touch inside my mind? Didn't you know what that touch meant to me? And to have you pervert it like that.
This is Connor being raw and vulnerable with her. You see, McGann had tried to go into his mind and get him to forget why he was upset with her, to get Connor to forget about the fact that she was going through and eviscerating people's minds for information. She tried to eliminate that forever from his mind, and Connor caught her doing it. That kind of level of broken trust isn't easily mended. That is horrible. That is abuse. Let's start there. That is genuinely abuse. Abuse against the person that you're supposed to love and care for. Connor was truly hoping that his love for her And the relationship that they had would be reason enough for McGann to stop doing what she was doing. And instead, he got returned with having the love that they had be corrupted in a very, very horrific way. I mean, this is a level of spousal abuse Hada could only dream of being able to enact. This type of thing is just terrible. And to top it all off, Connor was quickly replaced with Logan. Connor has always had this deep-seated insecurity of being replaced. And well, I will say this fully, Connor chose to break up with her, so it is not on McGann to any longer take his insecurities into paramount when choosing her next partner or how quickly she moves on. That does not detract from the fact that yes, it still genuinely hurts Connor that she replaced him so quickly, treated him as disposable as Cadmus and Lex Luthor had, or at least that's how he views it. Again, once the two are broken up, McGann is not beholden to having to cater to that specific portion of Connor's emotional need because they're not together anymore. But that does not stop the situation from being incredibly and extremely messed up on the part of McGann specifically, from not only the action she chooses to take against the villains, but the one she chose to take against somebody that she is supposed to care for deeply. This is horrible, and this is genuine abuse. And now is the time that I'll say, if you're facing any sort of domestic or spousal abuse at all, you're going to see in the description and on screen right now a helpline for you. Please get help. Do not stay in this situation. Leaving is the hardest thing you could possibly do, but it is going to be the best thing that you can do in this situation. I know I'm just some random guy in a basement making this video, but if you're taking anything away from this, do not stay with people like this, no matter how much they change or grow. This type of abuse happens and could happen to anyone. Doesn't matter what your gender is, doesn't matter what you look like, doesn't matter how things look in the public eye, it can be happening to anyone at any time. And I'm just urging you that if you are in a situation like this, please use the resources either on screen or down in the description below. It'll be the very first link. As well, that website will also teach you how to go somewhere to get rid of your internet browsing history in case that is something that the person that is abusing you will use to look at. Do not stay with them. They will not get better. And please, take care of yourselves. I don't have a great transition for this, so I'm just going to keep going with the video. The very next thing Connor has to experience after having that blowout argument with McGann and rehashing their failed relationship is the faux death of Artemis. We know Artemis isn't dead, but the entire team believes it to be, as Nightwing is using her as an undercover operative to help Calder, who's also undercover and pretending to be a bad guy. But in this situation, Connor just lost one of his closest friends, somebody that he was extraordinarily close to just by virtue of being one of the original team members. This is his friend, and now he has to shoulder that loss. And to make it all even worse, the one person that he would usually confide in and would usually have when he lost team members and friends and members of the league was McGann. And he no longer has her, not in that way. And that's something we see on him clearly. But at least Mal is there, and Mal is there to just be the GOAT. So thank you, Mal. Thank you. And outside of that, in a few days, Connor has to celebrate his birthday. The first birthday without McGann, somebody who had always thrown him parties, and as much as he liked to pretend he hated them, he loved them because it made McGann happy. And I think the reason McGann threw these parties was because she knew his birthday is painful. It is genuinely painful for him, because it's a reminder that he doesn't age, not like everyone else. Wendy brings this up as a compliment, but he sees it as a detriment. Again, he'll be 16 forever. He's not big on change, he still wears the Superman shirt. He's still Connor Kent, and as much as he likes being himself, he doesn't like his birthdays very much. I can relate to, and I think part of it is out of his own little bit of self-hatred. He isn't Superman's clone. He'll never be what he was designed to be. And his birthday is just a reminder of the weapon he was supposed to be. I can very much understand that. I can understand not liking your birthday. I'm not very fond of my birthday particularly. I upload a video on my birthday every year because I just want to work. I am not particularly fond of my birthdays, and part of that is a little bit of self-hate. And that's just me being honest. It is getting a lot harder for me to be honest like that now because I'm on screen. I have people recognize me on my college campus. My family watches these videos, and so now they get to hear things like this. But part of the reason I do this is because I want to present myself as me. This is the real things I deal with. These are the real videos I make. And I just want you all to see an authentic version of myself. And the day I stop doing that is the day I should probably stop making these kinds of videos. Because at the end of the day, my love for these comic book characters and a lot of your guys' love for these characters comes down to seeing bits and pieces of yourself, whether it's the best or the worst in these characters. Okay, sappy stuff on my end over. Let's get back to why Connor is such a sad boy. And that also comes from the fact that nobody remembered his birthday this year. And even though I don't like my birthdays and he doesn't like his either, it's a whole nother thing entirely when everybody just forgets it.
So, any parties this year?
No. This year, you're the only one who remembered.
Wendy being the only character to remember Superboy's birthday, okay, it's a little jarring for me because we clearly see later just how close Pa Kent and Ma Kent are to Connor. Like, very close. They're very much loving of him and accepting of him being one of their boys and their sons. So it's very weird that he's just not getting anything from them on his birthday. I also find it a little bit strange that, like, I get why Superman's not sending anything because, you know, he's off in space clearing Justice League's name. Completely makes sense. I don't expect Lois to send anything, but even his teammates on the team, I know he doesn't talk about his birthday much, but you'd think Wally would, but nothing is so sad. And to top it all off, Connor has to lose the only home that he has ever had. And this is all taking place in the span of like a week or two. Connor has to lose his home because that's the play Nightwing needed to make in order to make Aqualad look more legit and to pass off information to Nightwing. It required the blowing up of a cave. It was nothing more than an asset. But for Connor, that was his home. It was the only home he had ever known. And now it is completely gone. And despite all of these things happening in such a short space of time, Connor is fairly calm. He is keeping his emotions in check, and he is being rational. He is being a good leader for everyone around him. He is being strong for everyone else. As I affectionately nicknamed him as a kid, Crash Out Connor doesn't exist anymore. At least 99.9% of the time. And even in this high stress situation, he's still trying his best to be like the man he was supposed to replace in Superman. And I think the idea of taking what he was supposed to be in Superman and instead of having him be a replacement, but be a beacon alongside Supes, and to have him take on some of the characteristics of Superman in the positive light, to understand what the powers mean and what the powers can do to help others, is such a beautiful arc for his character. And it sucks that a lot of it happened off screen, but it is such a joy to see on screen. And as you've been seeing on screen, mostly the following episode, which doesn't have a lot to do with Connor, but mostly with McGann and her realizing that Calder is not evil and Artemis is alive, and she just mind broke one of her closest friends for revenge. And the episode wasn't really that important to Connor, but the two characters are so intertwined I have to mention it. And I also needed some filler footage because I forgot to record myself for that big long talk. All of this sets up the following episode, where we see the team now lives in the basement of the Hall of Justice, and it's not exactly very private for the one girl that lives there. Yeah, this is... accommodations are accommodations, I guess. But either way, the team is unfortunately having to meet with literally, I don't know how else to describe this man other than a one-eyed shark that just so happens to be able to say a word to paralyze you, and he wants to beat up on the strongest members of the Justice League. But since the Justice League aren't there, then he has to beat up on the team. And this episode isn't really that important other than that it's very fun, just for saying that Connor figures out that something is wrong with McGann because she straight up refuses to use her telepathy. I'll talk more about McGann when I do her video, eventually. No promises on a timeline.
You leave Mal up there alone. Get your Martian mind in the game.
Nothing I've thrown at the alien telekinetically has had any effect. I can't attack him psychically. I just can't.
Then don't. But do something.
And at the end of the episode, Connor makes it very clear that he needs to talk to McGann to figure out why she's acting the way she is, and to understand why she unfortunately has finally figured out, unfortunately because it took her this long to figure out, that destroying these characters' minds are a terrible, terrible idea and extremely unethical. And while Connor does do that, I should also put some fault on him for once. When he realized what McGann was doing and how wrong it was, he should have reported her immediately. It could have avoided an entire situation like this. I put a ton of blame on Nightwing in my video on him and how he was written this season, and I did that on purpose. And so now it's time to play devil's advocate this time and to genuinely put some blame onto Connor. Had he actively spoken up and told people about what McGann was doing, and instead of holding on to that secret, had he, gone out of his way to make things right with the team, Calder might not have gotten his mind completely destroyed. Nightwing would have been made aware of this, and maybe he would have brought McGann in on the plan. These are things, these small little decisions that seem innocuous create this big butterfly ripple effect, and we see that in the show. But it is worth noting, though, that when Nightwing does finally tell the truth, Connor has his back.
Nightwing's our leader. We put our trust in him. I'm sure he didn't keep this from us, from all of us, without having his reasons.
At least in front of the rest of the team, to preserve the image of Nightwing as a leader. But Connor is pissed, and for one of the few times this season, we see him genuinely be angry and crash out. And it's completely justified. I'm just gonna start there. And Connor is clearly upset with Nightwing.
That's gotta be why Artemis grabbed her, to try and save Calder's broken mind. But McGann doesn't know how to do that. So Manta may just kill her and kill Tigress if she blows her cover trying to save her.
Again, I know completely why Connor lied. It made sense. That's the woman he loves. But him keeping that secret also put his friend at risk, and he's got to take some personal responsibility for that. I know I shift a lot of the blame to Nightwing in his video. That's just because I'm looking at it from his point of view. Now it's time to, share the blame a little, because I'm looking at it from Connor's point of view. And that's kind of it for a little bit. For all intenses and catchphrases, which is only about 25-ish minutes late, Connor only seems to be around as Muscle, and I'm not saying that's a detriment. He's had a lot of great episodes exploring him and McGann as characters, and the later half of the season, I would argue, is more focused on McGann's development and her dealing with her own things, which is great, but this episode has almost nothing to do with Connor. As a matter of fact, he spends like 2 episodes on ice because of the whole World War saga, and so, War World shows up, they beat Mongol, and unfortunately, because of Arsenal being extraordinarily reckless, they all get captured and put on ice. And Connor is surprisingly calm throughout all of this, especially at Arsenal's recklessness. He probably sees a little bit of himself in Arsenal because boy was Connor reckless, but he wasn't dangerous with other people's lives. He was more so dangerous with his own. And of course, I just think it's great that Connor doesn't really seem to take it too hard, considering Arsenal got him captured, and that's one of the things Connor really doesn't like being. It's also heavily implied by this point that Connor and Wendy are in a relationship together, or potentially seeking a relationship. I'll give my thoughts on this and his and McGann's relationship at the end of the video, so let's just keep it pushing. Because the next actual significant moment of like character growth and or development comes at the very end of the season. That being during the summit. And that has absolutely like nothing to do with Connor, kind of. For the most part, in the first part of the finale, they don't do anything. They're just kind of there to be muscle. A lot of other plot lines are being tied up, and it's perfectly fine. It is actually in the second episode where they have found evidence that the Justice League is innocent, that McGann and Connor play a much larger role. Both characters go off into space to help try and clear the Justice League's name and to prevent them from going to space prison for a long time. When I say the Justice League, I tend to mean like the main 5 to 7 members, not really like the extended familial of the Justice League. And it was during that time and at that trial that we find out that no, Connor's not dating Wendy, and he still very much loves McGann. As well, it is stated poignantly and clearly, McGann broke up with Lagan so that she could hopefully be with Connor. When Connor and McGann had that talk, probably about 10 minutes ago in this video, in which Connor had come to her as she was hanging out in John's apartment, we're not privy to what that conversation had in store for us, but it is pretty clear that the two hashed out their differences because they are not only working closely together on curing the Justice League's name, but also they clearly still want each other.
I just want you to know I'm sorry about everything. What went wrong with our relationship was all my fault. And I know it's too late now. I know you're dating Wendy Harris.
Me and Wendy? Dating? No. Believe it or not, she started dating Marvin. He's a little scared of messing it up, and she's a little scared he's right, so I've been, I don't know, buffer?
A buffer? That's great. I mean, that's so nice of you.
I don't like this in the slightest. And let me come out by saying that McGann in the first season is one of my favorite characters in like comic book adaptation history, period. I saw so much of myself in that character. So much of the growth I had as a person, I felt was reflected in her as well. And so I loved her. And I always knew at the back of my mind that this was coming, right? Because I remember the show. And I guess when I was younger, you don't really understand the implications of what McGann tried to do to Connor. And I guess you don't really understand, maybe the writers didn't understand the implication of what mind erasing your partner really means in this scenario. Because the way it reads, it's as though Connor is just happily getting back with his abuser because she learned a lesson and is going to change for the better. That is not a healthy precedent to set or a good one. I don't remember much about the third season of the show. Maybe they do something to address this more, or it gets like soft retconned, because this just seems horrible. Maybe I'm blowing this out of proportion. But if it had just been that McGann was mind wiping villains and, you know, bludgeoning them and putting them in catatonic states, I can fully see how Connor can go back to her after she's learned her lesson, resolved to being a better hero and to being a better person. But when you dissolve that trust by intentionally manipulating your partner's mind, to me that just screams abuse. And there's a reason I titled this video that Connor deserved better, because at the end of the season, we see that he just ends up getting back with his abuser. And I know that she doesn't do it going forward. I know she doesn't repeat the pattern, but what kind of precedent does that set, especially when you show it to a bunch of young kids? And while I'm all for McGann continuing to be a better character moving forward, I don't think the two should have gotten back together at all. I just don't. As much as I loved their relationship in the first season, and from what I remember of the fourth season, their relationship was great, and I remember them getting married in the third season. I also think their relationship was pretty cool there. I just don't see how it works when you do something so drastic like this with McGann. I'm still exceedingly proud of this video. It was one of the ones that I enjoyed making the most. I feel like I finally kind of dialed in, being on camera. I still stand by just about everything I said in this video. Connor turned out to be just such a great character, one of the best arcs in the show by far. Still not a fan of what they did with McGann at all. But yeah, I have very little notes on this one in particular, but I will say that this video actually is what ended up inspiring the video all about how one bad decision can ruin a character that I made in October, so a few months later. This video inspired it because to me, that one decision with Miss Martian kind of ruined the character for me. And I felt that I found that similar pattern with characters like Deathstroke, with characters like Kitty Pryde, with, gee, I don't know, Phil. I get what the writer was going for there, but like, damn, we could have done something else. You know what I mean? Because once you make this decision, it sticks to the character even if it gets retconned. It'll always stick to the character. Anyways, on to the next video. The first season of Young Justice was all about getting McGann to be comfortable in her own skin to an extent, to be comfortable enough to share with the team that she is a white Martian and not a green one like John, to be comfortable enough that the Caucasian form that she took from one of her favorite childhood TV shows isn't her default form anymore. She chose all of this to hide from the way that she looks, because she hated it, due to the fact that she faced a lot of prejudice throughout being on Mars as a white Martian. A lot of this self-improvement came at the hands of her getting a boyfriend, just like Megan did on the show Hello Megan. She assumed that when she came to Earth, when she got a boyfriend, everything would get better, just as it did in those TV shows she grew up watching. But ultimately, it was like putting a band-aid over a large wound. It wasn't going to do anything but make it look pretty from the outside, because nothing really got better, despite how much you might have wanted it to. If season 1 is about how racial trauma can break you and break the fundamental image that you have of yourself, then season 2 is how that trauma and how that hurt left unresolved can break those closest to you. When we catch up with McGann in the second season of the show, a lot of things have changed. It's pretty obvious. I mean, we have a 5-year time skip, but one of the few things that hasn't changed too much is her look. McGann is still sporting the green Martian look. McGann is still sporting the red hair. She's still sporting the freckles. And while the hair may be shorter, it honestly is more reminiscent of the adult Megan rather than McGann herself, or whatever her self-image is. We also see that McGann has chosen not to graduate to the Justice League, but rather take a more senior membership role with the team.
Our job is to find out. Batgirl, take the north hangar. I'll take the south. B, the middle. Wonder Girl, hold position.
And along with everything mentioned previously, we see that there's one truly major change in McGann's life, and that's her significant other. It's no longer Connor, but rather Lagoon Boy. And this is a decision that we are told is very, very new, much to the dismay of Connor and to the awkward silence of the rest of the team. The interactions that we see between McGann and Lagoon Boy oftentimes involve a lot of PDA or public displays of affection. It almost seems intentional, especially when Superboy is around. It's almost like it's done on purpose. And as much as I don't want to believe that McGann would be malicious in that way, it can be taken that way. McGann has also cultivated a sister-like relationship with Garfield, especially after the passing of Garfield's mother, who did play Megan, who Miss Martian based her entire look off of. These characters had become very intertwined during the 5-year time skip, especially with Garth choosing to become Beast Boy during that time period. And it's one of the few relationships that she has during this second season that isn't completely tainted by how she is in general. Because it wouldn't be long before McGann showed us why the relationship was as tainted as it is with Connor. And that's the way in which she chooses to use her powers, specifically in how she likes to extract information. Instead of using finesse and instead of trying any other way She instead chooses to break an enemy's mind completely in order to gain the information needed as quickly as possible. She sees no problem with this as she's getting results and actively is helping the people around her. To Connor, this is a gross abuse of McGann's power, but to McGann, this is just a regular Tuesday. For her, the ends justify the means. She's finally able to put together what the Justice League were doing during their time under control of Vandal Savage, and that's something that's invaluable to her. As well, she's become one of the Justice League's go-to people when Martian Manhunter himself can't get information out of a target. And this is a time where I'm going to pause for my script real quick, because a lot of people have brought up this scene in particular when I was calling McGann unethical and unheroic for using her powers the way she was, because both Batman and Martian Manhunter see this entire interaction go down and say absolutely nothing while she completely renders a Krolataean completely catatonic. I don't have a good defense for this. I just feel like they weren't paying attention, because she says to Superboy later in a following episode, if you were so concerned, bring this up to Batman, the League, and Nightwing. So that would be the assumption that they don't know, even though they just watched this and it's clear to us, the viewer, what was going on. I just think it was a bit of an oversight, because honestly, I don't know why Batman, especially of all people, would just be cool with leaving somebody completely catatonic. It's just not in his character, at least in my opinion. I know he'll leave you with broken bones, but he's not going to leave you a vegetable. That's what McGann's doing. Like, those people are never going to recover. You'll recover from broken bones. You're never going to recover from that. Simon is a special exception because he's a great telepath. I continue to refer to this as her having an abuse of her powers because McGann doesn't know where to stop. She doesn't have a line when it comes to the use of her powers, especially her telepathy. When Connor was upset with the way in which she chose to use her powers, instead of trying to talk it out with him, she'd instead tried to use that telepathy against him. She tried to erase his mind, and to be quite frank with you, low-key mind raped him in order to get him to forget that he was ever upset with her.
I was hoping I mattered enough to you to make you stop. I didn't think you'd try to tamper with my mind. Try to make me forget I was upset with you.
Connor, I'm so sorry about that.
Sorry you did it? Or sorry you got caught?
McGann was desperate. She wanted to continue to keep the perfect life that she had built for herself on Earth, and she was so desperate, in fact, she was willing to violate the trust of the man she claimed to love so much in Connor, all in order to try and keep him, because if she had the guy, her life was good no matter how she was hurting or feeling on the inside. She would be fine. McGann was chasing a dream throughout all of the first season of Young Justice. I think that was pretty evident. She chose Connor's name based off of Connor from Hello Megan. She chose her look based off of Hello Megan, because in every single one of those pieces of media, any problem could be solved within a 23-minute episode. No matter how deep the issue was, no matter how painful or how hurtful the issue was, it could be solved in 23 minutes, and she wanted to emulate that as much as possible for her real life. So she hid her skin, she hid her fears, her doubts, her hurt behind the persona of McGann, and she tried her hardest to bury it all. She gave Superboy a personality that she deemed to be as akin as possible to the one she wanted out of Connor. And ultimately she set him up for failure. McGann hurt him initially by doing this. McGann continued to hurt him by trying to hold on to their relationship despite the differences. Because everything could be fixed in those 23 minutes, she firmly believed that she could fix it if she just got him to forget. I don't think McGann did this out of malice, not at all, but rather out of fear, out of being scared and out of being sad. And she was afraid she was going to lose the one great part of her life, because McGann stopped taking steps to try and better herself or to continue to love herself. She stopped it with Connor, and she's been stagnant for the last 5 years. And in losing Connor would mean admitting defeat, admitting that she still hates herself deep down. And it would be better for her to use her powers to stop that, rather than have to confront the problems in front of her. This also extends to her use of her powers when it comes to basically making her villains catatonic in order to gain the information she needs. It's the easy way out. It's easier, it makes everything simple. And ultimately, it's a feedback of a fear response the first time she does this. She does it to Simon the very first time in Young Justice's first season because she's afraid that he'll spill the secrets of her being a white Martian to everyone on the team. It started as a fear response, a response to trauma to shield herself. But she continues to adopt the process because she realized it was easier. It was easier to stay in her trauma bubble. It was easier not to let anybody in or let anybody see the real McGann than it was to let them in. It was just easier to continue to use her powers this way. And it was beneficial. You guys can argue about this in the comments all you want, but I don't feel like leaving your villains catatonic and permanently mind broken is ethical, nor is it something a superhero would do. And I don't think it's something that McGann should have been doing. And you all can argue about it all you want in the comments, but that's just how I feel. And if it wasn't enough that McGann was already dealing with all of this, on top of it all, she has to witness the death of one of her closest friends in Artemis. Obviously, we the viewer know that Artemis faked her death to go help Calder undercover, but because Nightwing doesn't like to share for the integrity of the mission, McGann has no idea. So in her mind, she just lost one of her oldest friends, one of her closest friends, and one of the only people that truly accepted her for the white Martian that she is. And she just has to live a regular life going forward from this point. There are still birthdays that people have. There are still things that they're supposed to celebrate and enjoy. And we don't see that McGann goes out of her way to deal with this in any particular order. Instead, we just see her jump to the next important event, which would be a birthday. She has to continue to be a normal person. And while we get a pretty cool scene of all the female heroes getting together and absolutely trouncing Captain Cold, I mean, I don't think that man knew what he was getting into. I only include this part because I need something positive in this video, because this is honestly like a depressing video to make. And while she goes about living her normal life, when she's given the chance to confront Calder for all of the things he's been getting up to, as well in between losing her friend, her new boyfriend also gets kidnapped and is being held hostage by her old friend, McGann is feeling a very wide range of emotions at that point. So when she gets the opportunity to meet Calder and to see him again, she chooses full-on annihilation. She wants to hurt him much as Calder has been hurting her, at least in her own mind. She wants to make him pay, and she wants to leave him exactly how she's left every other villain. But it was in going into Calder's mind that she comes to realize that Calder was undercover. He wasn't evil, and he wasn't doing any of this maliciously. Rather, she let her own trauma, her own anger, and her own feelings of discontent absolutely obliterate one of her closest friends. She didn't even care to think about the consequences of what she was doing with her powers until it affected someone close to her. Once again, we are seeing her trauma left unresolved, spilling out onto those that she considers friends and hurting those closest to her. They took a lot of time to create a situation for McGann to be just about as unlikable as possible throughout a majority of this second season, and it all comes to a head right here, when she makes the decision to use her powers the way she always does, when she has to realize the reality of what she does to people through how she affected Aqualad, one of her closest friends. And it is a painful scene to watch. It is a painful sequence to see a character that is held in such love by the fandom do things like this. Okay, time to get personal, and I know some of you guys don't like this, so there'll be a times code on screen for you to skip it. But for those of you that like to stay and hear these portions of the video, here we go. McGann does all of these things and acts the way she does from a place of hurt and from a place of trauma. I said in the first season that I related to McGann a lot when it came to ideas of self-hatred, particularly stemming from the color of my skin. For a long time, I hated myself because I was black. I thought that if I was white, I wouldn't get jumped when I went to school. I thought that it would be easier for me in life, that I wouldn't be hurt, that I wouldn't be called names, that people would leave me alone and I would be a regular person. And I hated it for so long. I internalized that hate and I hurt people in my life because I was hurting, because it was easier to make someone else feel worse than it was for me to look at myself in the mirror and understand why I was hurting and why I needed to fix it and how I could fix it. And it took years to unlearn those patterns. So it is not surprising to me at all that McGann, even 5 years after meeting Superboy and continuing to grow as a character, she stunted and she stopped. She got the guy, and just like in her TV show, everything was supposed to be perfect from that moment forward. But it wasn't. It wasn't perfect, even remotely close to perfect, because she stopped trying to develop herself. She stopped looking in the mirror and just kept looking forward and looking at her friends, and ultimately hurt those closest to her. All of this makes McGann look terrible. It makes a fan favorite character look horrible, because that's what they are. At the core, they are being horrible. We are given a list of reasons why, but that does not absolve them from being bad. It doesn't make a difference that we know why McGann is choosing to do what she's doing. She's still choosing to do something harmful and something horrible to those closest to her, whether she knows it or not. And McGann is smart enough to know better. I was smart enough to know better. I connected with this character so much on rewatches of these seasons because I saw a lot of myself in McGann, and in the second season of this show, I saw a lot of the bad of myself in that character. A lot of the own mistakes I made in my real life in that character. Obviously not to the detrimental scale that she does. I don't have superpowers, but ultimately I saw it and it hurts because I want to root for her, because I want her to do better, because she's one of my favorite characters in this show, but it is so hard to root for her when all she does is hurt everyone in her path. And it is extremely sad and hurtful to watch. And finally, we've hit that turning point where she's starting to realize she needs to make a change. At least that's what you would think. Instead, being met with another traumatic event, McGann has another trauma response. This time, the exact opposite of the previous response. Instead, she is straight up afraid to use her powers. She's afraid to read people's minds. She's afraid to go too hard with her powers, and ultimately, this leads to a lot of her teammates getting hurt while attempting to fight an intergalactic warlord who comes in search of the strongest hero on Earth to absolutely demolish. Ultimately, even though McGann desperately wants to help her team, it is her trauma that holds her back from doing so, and by extension, gets a lot of her teammates hurt. Bumblebee, it gets Superboy hurt, and it puts Mal, a literal regular everyday dude, into harm's way in his attempt to try and save all of his friends' lives by adopting the moniker of Guardian. McGann somewhat puts them in this situation because if she was willing to use her powers, she'd be pretty easy to take this guy out, but she isn't willing to do so. The trauma just compounds and ultimately makes the situation worse because she has refused to address any of it. Not the trauma about her hating herself, not the trauma of the misuse of her powers. She hasn't addressed any of it and instead has just let it fester. And ultimately, it's just not getting better for her. Even in subsequent episodes where she tries to talk to Connor, she tries to work out why things are going as poorly as they are, ultimately nothing she's doing is helping, and rather she finds herself continuing to not be able to use her powers because she simply isn't addressing the root problem. And that's something that just keeps popping up and popping up with this character. As we've seen her become more hated and less likable, now's the time where we begin to punch down in order to try and make her more likable again. She has to vet Green Beetle in order to figure out if he can be able to, be trusted by the team. Ultimately, she fails in doing so. She lets Green Beetle show her whatever he wants to show and lets him guide the experience rather than her guiding it because she's scared and she's afraid of hurting him. And while all of that is happening, Calder still has to get his mind fixed. He's one of the main characters and also his dad's Black Manta, and definitely would not let this slide. So initially they call in Simon, but because of the undercover nature of the mission, ultimately Simon needs to be taken out by Huntress, aka Artemis, and Miss Martian needs to be brought in. But while all of this is happening, it doesn't exactly go smoothly. Lagan Boy gets himself beat up pretty badly by both Huntress and Deathstroke, and M'gann is going to be forced to confront the error of her ways, and forced to finally truly understand what she's done to somebody, and hopefully try to figure out a way to fix it. She's never actually participated in trying to fix a mind that she has broken, so this would be a brand new experience for her. But I think it is in this experience that M'gann gains the most growth that we've seen in a long time, and she starts to move that needle towards self-improvement, towards hating herself less. Through helping Calder rebuild his mind, she slowly starts to hate herself less and less. She starts to take her powers back into her own hands, and it becomes a way of her reclaiming her abilities as Miss Martian. And while we're here, I absolutely love the way in which it looks to see a broken mind. Also, obligatory joke in Artemis' behalf of almost drowning, one of my favorite bits in the show ever. Anyways, I love the way it looks. Like it looks like a shattered mind. It's all underwater, much like how I would imagine Aqualad would see the world, because it's where he spent a majority of it, and it's all shattered and destroyed. It's just really great visual work, and it also says something that M'gann continually sees herself being hurt by the imaginary entities in Aqualad's head, even after convincing Artemis that the water wasn't real, so you're not drowning. It is positioning her self-loathing as forefront even when she's trying to help her friends. And it is in overcoming that self-loathing that she gains her powers back, her ability to use them properly anyways. It was anything but a short process to try and rebuild Aqualad's mind, and so over a multitude of days, M'gann really got to think about her choices, about the way she uses her powers, and about how best to continue to be a hero, and to continue to be true to herself. And she gets saved by the bell when it comes to Cheshire and everybody's favorite deadbeat dad, Sportsmaster, and that's pretty much how she escapes from the situation, especially with Calder's mind being fully rebuilt. It was just a great little sequence, and really that's all I have to say about this particular portion of the story. And it was after this portion of the story that we really get to see that M'gann has started to heal as a character. In her talks with Nightwing, she displays that she can take full responsibility for her actions, especially regarding Calder and regarding to her reluctance of the ability to use her powers. And ultimately, we see her ready to move on with herself. As both her and Nightwing try to blame themselves for the mistakes that have happened, ultimately they take it up between the two of them as a failing on both their parts.
I was so afraid to use my powers after what I did to Aqualad. I allowed Green Beetle and his scarab to feed me exactly what the Reach wanted us to believe. So Blue trusted Green and was turned by him, and somehow abducted the team. All on me.
But I'll be fully honest with you all, I don't know how much of it I feel is really earned, with McGann finally ready to forgive herself and move on. She's done a lot of horrible shit, let's just be honest. And what's funny is they make it as though the trauma has lasted the 5 years that she has been in a relationship with Connor, and even as she's coming out of the relationship into this season. And then all of a sudden, it feels like she's finally ready to move on, to move forward, and to start healing. And it all happens rather quickly. I know that this is a TV show, and obviously plot lines and plot threads need to just be wrapped up, but I feel like if we were going the realistic route here, this wasn't like it doesn't make the most sense, nor does it necessarily feel the most earned. But for right now, I'm going to give it a pass, because we have to talk about something a little more painful, because before McGann can truly move on and heal, she has to hurt one last person. I haven't talked much about Lagoon Boy because I haven't had a lot to say. Their relationship is very, very, very surface level throughout this second season. There's not a whole lot of depth to it, and I believe that was fully intentional. You see, Lagoon Boy is pretty much just her rebound guy, and as much as McGann likes to deny it, she's only ever super lovey-dovey on him in scenes where Connor is present. She doesn't seem all too broken up when her boyfriend is quite literally in captivity from Aqualad, and I went looking for clips. Please correct me if I'm wrong here, but she wasn't all that broken up about that. She was still thinking about Connor's birthday when his birthday showed up. Not once is there any mention of Lagoon Boy's birthday. Lagoon Boy seems to only be around a lot of the time to help further the drama between her and Connor. It's like she chose this as a way to make herself feel better. And that's exactly what this is. McGann even says so herself. This relationship was built on a lie, one that made her feel better, because once again, if Connor wasn't going to be her band-aid, she was just going to look for it in a different place. Because if she has the guy, then everything will be solved in 23 minutes and it'll all be fine. And unfortunately for Lagoon Boy, he just happened to be that guy, the one that was there at the right time. And ultimately, he gets used for it, and she admits to this. It just is another long line in poor decisions from McGann, and at least she is owning up to it. And she's going to have to hurt Lagoon Boy one last time in order to fully move on and to heal. One last person to hurt. And while I commend her for being open and honest and finally breaking up with him, I do question the timing a little bit, because I mean, he just got her back, he just got himself in a casted foot, and he's not exactly in the best mental state. But let's be so for real, when is there an actual good time to break up with someone? And while the words she uses, to be honest with him, are very hurtful, at least she was being honest. And that's what I would want, at least. And this is part of where me comes in, and it's a lot less objective here, but I'm gonna be real, when am I ever really objective on this channel?
Except we'll never be any more to each other than what we are right now.
Neptune's beard. This is about Connor, isn't it?
No, it isn't about him or you. It's about me. I can't give you what you want, to be something other than my rebound guy, and you deserve more than that.
I mean, it's just nasty. It's really bad to hear out loud, but that was the right decision. And now she can finally move on. She can begin to repair and to be better. And it took hurting one last person to do that. Her trauma has finally hurt its last victim. And that's pretty much it for like the entire rest of her character. She gets this nice wrap-up moment with Lagan, and that's all they care to really do in that aspect. Obviously, during the finale, she's there to help defeat the light. She's a huge portion in doing that, and it's her and Connor being paired together in the final episode that always bugged me the most about this second season's ending, and it's what I structured the entire video about Connor around. And I mean, you all know this at this point, I love this character, but she hasn't earned this happy ending in the slightest. I mean, they pair her with Connor, they have the two of them go clear the Justice League's name, they cut all of the tension around Connor potentially having a different girlfriend, and they leave that at the wayside. Instead, they have M'gann swoop in, fawn over him, and right after breaking up with Lagoon Boy, like maybe 2 weeks later, she's already gotten back with Connor because life is short. It's the same reason Tim and Cass got together, but it feels hollow. It doesn't feel earned because we haven't really seen any actual growth from M'gann. Sure, we've seen her confront her trauma finally, but we haven't seen her grow from it in the slightest. So instead, we're still looking at the same person that fundamentally hurt Connor, and she hasn't made any great changes outside of that. Instead, she's just still M'gann. And I know season 3 fixes a lot of the issues that I'm bringing up currently, as it does a lot to progress M'gann's character during like that 1 year time skip, or was it 2 year time skip? Either way, they do a lot to progress her character there, but we're not being shown that. And these two characters get together again so quickly, especially with the kind of trauma she inflicted on Superboy. I mean, the show makes zero attempt to truly unpack what was wrong at the root of that relationship. M'gann's abuse of power, the fact that she viewed Connor as nothing more than a band-aid in her perfect little world to have as a boyfriend. She named him Connor. His name comes from the TV show that she wanted to emulate so badly because she hated herself. They never address that. They never bring it up again. It's a throwaway gag in the first season. Like, that's important. That is fundamentally changing somebody and molding them into your image. We just gloss over the fact that that's what she was doing to him. We gloss over the fact that Connor was no more than like 3 to 4 months old in real life experience before she began dating him. And I know Martian ages are different, so 40 was like 16 for her, but she had lived a genuine 16 years of life, and Connor had lived a genuine 3 months of life. She took advantage of that, clear advantage of it, and it's never brought up. It's treated as though it's normal. And when I was a kid growing up, I didn't think twice about their relationship. Didn't bother me at all. But as I've gotten older, it doesn't seem right. Their entire relationship fundamentally is built off of lies, deception, and malpractice. And the fact that the writers thought it would be cutesy to put them together at the end, like M'gann is finally done enough to be ready to put in that relationship, bothers me. I'm not saying those two characters never should have gotten back together, even though I would have preferred that. I'm just saying that there needed to be more time taken. There needed to be more, and it needed to be taken more seriously. Now, usually when I do these, kind of retrospective compilations, I do them in release order. I made a special exception because I think I really should have done Connor and M'gann back to back, mainly because they are two sides of the same coin in this season. Their stories are so intertwined, but I saw Blue Beetle and I wanted to do Blue Beetle. So for this, I figured putting them back to back with the two different perspectives was very important. It was this and the Connor video that both inspired the later video in October. And again, I just was so disappointed because I felt this genuine kinship to M'gann in that first season, having to deal with skin color discrimination especially, and going to such desperate lengths to hide it. That hit me right in my heart, man. That's something that I felt, that I understood. And so when this happened in the second season, it felt like eating a shotgun blast to the chest. And I think that's why it hurts me as much as it does that this happened. But it's also pretty realistic in the idea that even people that you might share a lot in common with aren't perfect. Man, I really love this show. The second season of Young Justice came with a lot of changes and a lot of brand new faces due to the 5-year time skip. And as I've covered a decent amount of videos for the second season already, I've failed to mention or cover in depth a lot of these new additions to the team. Well, that stops today because I want to talk about Blue Beetle, the reason the second season is my favorite and one of my favorite interpretations of the character ever. I was first introduced to Blue Beetle with Batman the Brave and the Bold. If you know, you know, that version of Blue Beetle was pretty great, but Young Justice takes it up to a whole nother level. This version of Blue Beetle is by far, even including his DCEU movie, which I also thought was wonderful. And it really comes down to not only the characterization of the Scarab, the respect for the history of the previous other Blue Beetles, but also in tying in the Scarab's history and people with the character and with the entire season. Blue Beetle gets a lot of shine this season because he is heavily intertwined with the whole alien invasion. Hence the tagline for the season. Blue himself is extremely new to the team. He's only been with them for give or take a month by the time that we get caught up to 2016 in the show's timeline after the 5-year time skip. And it's very clear that he's still struggling to deal with his new partner in the Scarab. And it's made very clear to us that he looks kind of weird when he's just talking to himself constantly. It's one of the details I loved a lot with Blue Beetle and his characterization is that we don't always hear the Scarab. So a lot of the times it is inferred as to what the Scarab is saying, and also it gives us a great perspective from his teammates' outlook when they're looking at him and being like, man, who are you even talking to?
Dude, I don't speak the... Wait, you can? Well, what are you waiting for? Blue's an odd little fish, isn't he?
Another great detail that I personally enjoyed about the Scarab is that it's also voiced by the same voice actor that does Jaime. It really leads credence to the idea of a symbiotic relationship and the idea that the Scarab is slowly taking on personality traits from its host. It's also well equipped to deal with alien invasions like the Krolataeans because it speaks just about every single language available to the Reach. Now, Jaime at this time does not know that the Reach exists, so I'm gonna keep them on the back burner, but we'll talk a lot more about them later when they start showing up. As for what Jaime and Tim Drake's version of Robin along with Lagoon Boy are doing here, they're assigned to Gamma Squad, basically the third set of the team, what some may consider the least important with the least dangerous jobs, or at least that's how Lagoon Boy was seeing it. And ultimately their goal was simply to investigate a Krolataean presence, and what they ended up uncovering was a ton of Zeta tubes, along with the Krolataeans trying to kidnap humans. And much like the original team, they end up failing their objective spectacularly because the Krolataeans are able to blow up their platform, but they also succeed in the idea that they saved all of the civilians and also have a Krolataean to purge for information. And they get a scene very, very reminiscent to the team during the first season, paying homage with the Justice League coming to help, along with the elder members of the team. And I had really thought this was going to be the setup for Lagoon Boy, Tim Drake's Robin, and Blue Beetle to all be the new centerpiece characters for this season, but ultimately it would really only be Blue who gets that rite of passage. And I'm pretty glad for it because they do him spectacularly. But aside from his big appearances in the first episode, he spends the second episode sidelined as that one's more focused on Connor and a whole different planet. And the third episode, he's pretty much relegated to being on Krolataean cleanup team. That's where he will spend a lot of his time during this show because he's a relatively new member to the team. He's not exactly considered to be used on some of the more big and important mission assignments usually reserved for the older team members and more experienced heroes. It would really be in episode 4 that Jaime starts to take his footing not only as a character, but also as one of the key contributors to the season as a whole. This episode revolves around him and Connor having to deal with stolen tech, dealing with the group called Intergang, who I mistakenly called Interpol in my last video, and you guys were quite quick to remind me that I got that wrong, so thank you. Either way, this is the first episode in which we see Blue Beetle actually interact with his Scarab and we hear the Scarab on the other end. And it's also the first episode in which he reveals that the Scarab is talking to him, something he's kept close to his chest and has helped him look like an idiot in front of all his friends.
Cannot scan contents.
Not compatible.
Not compatible again? What does that even mean?
Blue, what do you mean?
It's also at this point that Blue Beetle reveals what he believes to be the origin of the Scarab, which is that Ted Kord, the second Blue Beetle, had created it as his magnum opus in new technology and was going to use it to help him fight crime before his untimely death in July of 2015, so about 6 months before Blue joined the team. And it was on that night that he found the Scarab. And with the death of one hero, we are born a new one in Blue Beetle, or at least that's how he believes the story goes. But then again, he's a pretty inexperienced rookie that doesn't know what he's doing, as evidenced by the fact that Connor, of all people, calls him out on not studying the league's playbook.
Well, laxative before tonight.
Freshmen never do the homework. Haven't you read the case file on the league's first mission? Haven't you taken the guided tour of the hall?
Those are rhetorical questions, right?
And with all of that said and out of the way, that kind of ends Blue Beetle's relevance in this episode specifically, but it doesn't end our talking points for this episode, because there's one thing introduced here that is highly important not only to the rest of this season's plot, but to Blue Beetle as a character. And that would be the very first appearance of Black Beetle, who happens to be another beetle introduced to this show. I'll talk more about Black Beetle later when he makes his first real appearance against the team, and we actually get to see what he looks like. But this is the first time that he shows up, and it's worth mentioning because this is when the Reach start to really get involved with this season, going forward from episode 4. This is shown heavily in episode 5, which has its entire B plot being Jaime and searching for his friend Tai Longshadow, who has gone missing. The second season of Young Justice does this very interesting thing where, instead of just following a central A plot like the first show did, because we have so many characters now, we're going to see more A and B plots. Tai ran away from home due to the classic trope of losing his father and his mother taking up a boyfriend that is unfortunately abusive. We see this quite clearly through how the mother acts and placates him and sort of maneuvers around the idea that he is abusive in any sense of the word. She's very clearly trauma bonded to this man, as I don't remember how long Tai's father has been gone, but judging by how long the new boyfriend's been in the picture, it's probably been a while. And despite his abusive nature, she doesn't want to leave or even upset him at all. We've shown this multiple times throughout the episode, and it's something that feels very real. Tai running away from this situation is also something that feels very real, and it's something that is happening all the time all over the country. So I think it was very brave of them to show this scenario, but I also find it very interesting that they treated this version of domestic abuse with such care and complexity, and then when it came to McGann and Connor, they fumbled the ball completely. Go watch my last Connor video if you want to hear what I feel about that. It's made very clear in this episode that Blue feels Tai is family and would do anything to get him back, even as the Scarab is constantly pestering him to stop looking, especially when they run into an elder of the Native American community, Howling Longshadow, who also does a lot of subtle foreshadowing for Jaime's character arc throughout the rest of this season.
Mine? You search for answers. But the answers you seek will find you. Only then will you make peace with the one inside you.
This episode doesn't just serve to set up Jaime's character's future, but also sets up its present. We see throughout a majority of this episode, not only is he focused on family, on taking care of the ones that are closest to him and checking up on them, but he is also caring in the way that using his superpowers on somebody lesser, such as Maurice, isn't something that he's looking forward to. He does not care very much to use his powers to beat up on somebody he knows is weaker than him. He also just would know that doing something like that would not only expose his identity, but most likely make the situation for Tai worse, seeing as Tai's mom is probably not going to leave this man. And the big thing that Maurice was hiding, because he was the main suspect of making Tai go missing, was really just pirated movies and DVDs. And so while Jaime is going to report him for the cops for that, mainly as retribution for his abusive behavior, in choosing to do that, he was thinking smart and thinking ahead, getting rid of the problem while also not making it any worse for his friend. And at the end of the episode, it's revealed where Tai is anyways, and that just so happens to be in the Lights connection, and unfortunately, within Reach control. But we'll come back to the Reach and the abduction of the runaway kids later, because now it's time to deal with a crisis that Jaime has been going through throughout the majority of this season, and that's the idea that he lacks mentorship. You see, just about every single one of the characters in this show has a mentor. That was the main focus from season 1 and onward, was that these characters are trying to leave their mentor's shadows and no longer be sidekicks. Instead, Jaime is left without one. Both of his Blue Beetle mentors are dead.
You've been in this era like, what, 5 minutes, and already you have 3 Flash mentors, one who feeds you junk food. But me, I never even got the chance to meet the guy who should have been my mentor.
And we also see that he's pretty cynical of the Justice League keeping these memorials to their heroes underground and hidden away from the public, and while the Justice League says that they are doing this in order to preserve the hero's memory, and because the Justice League doesn't believe in erecting monuments to themselves, whether alive or fallen, despite the big-ass statue of the founding members being in the Hall of Justice that we were shown in season 1. But I digress, that's the reason they're given. Jaime doesn't see it that way. Rather, he sees this as the Justice League's way of preserving the idea that they're immortal and that their heroes will not fail them and cannot fail them and die. It's actually a very good thought to have, and while I can see points from both sides, I understand why Jaime sees it this way. And it also doesn't help because the world doesn't even know about the sacrifice that Ted Kord made. Everybody that sees Jaime as Blue Beetle just believes it's Ted Kord. And so now he also feels as though he is living in the memory of the previous Blue Beetle, as though he has taken his place and has to live up to all the great things Ted Kord did in more ways than one, because the public believes he is Ted Kord. And with all of that mentioned, it's about time that we talk about Impulse, somebody who is going to be key to Blue Beetle throughout the rest of this season and is going to serve as his best friend, comic relief, but also his North Star, as we'll see later. I absolutely love Impulse and Blue Beetle, and I love listening to the Scarab talk about the two of them.
Impulse has created nothing, and its premise is faulty. Tactical destruction is more effective in creation.
Their relationship is really fun throughout the season, and I really do enjoy getting to see Jaime not be as serious and get to kind of chill with Impulse and have a friend to talk to outside of just the Scarab that doesn't simply think he's crazy. But of course, because we're getting to see them, plot stuff has to go on, and at this point that involves Jaime and Blue Beetle getting wrapped up in Nightwing's plot to help infiltrate the light, and that means that they have to steal a communicator from Calder and basically take the blame for the reason why Calder and his group were able to come to the Watchtower, because they had to give the device to Nightwing so Nightwing could get the data in order to save all of his trapped team members like Lagoon Boy, and yeah, that's pretty much it. And unfortunately, during this entire process, Nightwing basically makes the blame look as though it's on those two, despite the fact that this is what he's planned all along, which I think is really messed up, especially for two brand new members to the team to kind of throw them under the bus like that. And as well, to make it all worse, they're going to ultimately get kidnapped. And it's during the point that the team is about to be kidnapped that we see Jaime and his ideological war with the Scarab. He doesn't want to engage in any sort of acts of violence while the other members of his team have been taken down and are threatened, whereas the Scarab wants to. And for the first time, we see the Scarab take full control of Jaime because of this.
Whatever it is, you leave me no choice. I am taking control.
What? Zoom!
And this really launches into the idea of Jaime and the Scarab having a very symbiotic relationship. It honestly reminds me a lot of Venom and Eddie Brock sharing the symbiote, rather than Peter and the symbiote, simply because it really only talked to Eddie that we know of, or that we traditionally see in most comic book media. I think they have a symbiotic relationship that is well fleshed out and everything I want the symbiote to be and to be written as. As a matter of fact, this show even predates the idea of Null and his ability to control all of the symbiotes, and presents that as lore bits for Blue Beetle through the idea that the Reach are not only going to take control of the Scarab, but they use these Scarabs to treat as like miniature war soldiers to go onto a world, infiltrate it, and eventually take it over when the Reach deem it necessary to take control. And now, because I think it's worth mentioning, the Reach themselves have come to Earth in search of metahumans, specifically metahumans that they can then enslave and sell, but the show doesn't really say that outright because it's a kid's show, so they don't really make mention of that this season, but that's the idea for the Reach, to make the world compliant, to take the metahumans out of the world and control them, and ultimately to use humanity as one big bargaining chip on the global stage. And all of that while giving us one of the greatest and craziest enforcers in Black Beetle we've ever seen. That man has an A+ in aura farming. And on top of all of that, we find out that Blue Beetle goes crazy and is evil in the future, and that's why Impulse has come back from the future to stop Blue Beetle from becoming evil and taking over the world.
Somehow the Reach gets you on mode and Blue Beetle becomes the biggest, baddest big bad in history.
Don't make me tell you again.
Was that a lot of information to get at once? Yes, and that's exactly how the episode portrays it to us. This also takes a baseball bat to the theory that Blue Beetle had about the idea of where his powers came from and where the Scarab came from, now to only realize the very source of his power and the AI inside of his brain that he is supposed to trust to help him be a better hero is also at risk and at threat of taking him over and completely turning him evil, and that threat looms over him for the rest of the season, and it makes him a worse hero. And for the one time that he does actually care to trust the Scarab and give it full control, it works in his favor and he is able to absolutely dog walk Black Beetle. But it's something that Jaime is going to be hesitant to give going forward due to the fact that he is perpetually afraid of losing control and ultimately taking over the world. All of this while we learn that the Reach has a gigantic fleet underneath the Atlantic and are currently preparing to take over Earth, not just from a full frontal assault standpoint, but rather through the media in which we consume and through appearing as though they are good people looking to help Earth, to help them grow crops, to help them spread the ideology of positivity, and that the Reach can be a betterment for humanity. Doing so through not only their sleeper agents, but as well government politics. I mean, it's a fairly smart plan of attack. And with the Reach making friends with the Justice League, seeing as the Justice League had originally come from outer space and made multiple threats, the Reach now also look like the good guys on the intergalactic stage as well. And during all of this, we're slowly getting to see the characters having to go through therapy once again, because not only was Lagoon Boy, Blue Beetle, and Impulse kidnapped, but so were 4 new metahumans, being the Runaways. And unfortunately, this is going to cause a lot of trauma. So I think it's a wonderful idea to have these characters be taken out of combat and out of precautions for at least a little bit to check on them, make sure they're mentally right, make sure they're good, much like we saw in the first season. And while it wasn't the main plot of this episode, because we actually got an A, B, and C plot for this episode, I just thought it was a nice addition. But this episode is specifically relevant to Jaime because now he is having to make the decision between not telling the Justice League about what gets him on mode, as Impulse calls it, and turns him evil, or by telling them, and he is completely unsure of what action he takes will lead to what outcome. He's truly afraid of making the wrong decision and unfortunately getting himself hurt in the process and hurting others in the process as well. So now he has to figure out which lane to take. And while Impulse errs on the side of not telling because Impulse doesn't know everything about the future, ultimately Blue Beetle makes the decision to talk and to tell people because Blue is about trusting. Blue is about putting his faith in other people, especially those he sees as somewhat of family, like the team.
Impulse says that sometime in the future, I betray Earth and bring on a Reach apocalypse. That's not a future I can live with. So whatever it takes, get this Scarab off me.
And while Blue Beetle is facing turmoil and having to deal with all of these things, unfortunately the Reach are continuing to make themselves look amazing by helping out the team and what's left of the league while the rest of the league is trying to prove their innocence on Rimbor. So again, the Reach are just continuing to make themselves look amazing in the eyes of the public, even if the Justice League is skeptical. And speaking of being skeptical, I wasn't even gonna make this video yet because I promised that I would talk about the original members from season 1 and get through all of them before I tackled all of these new characters. But I swear, man, this episode and Blue Beetle was just speaking to me like, coward. You say you love Blue Beetle, that he's the reason you love the second season so much. Make the video.
Leave me alone, please.
You'll never be satisfied, not until it's done. Think of the views. Think of the money. Oh, you can't escape it. Do it. 2 Young Justice videos in 1 month. I'll do it. Okay, dramatic recreation over. Blue Beetle is currently trying to get the Scarab removed desperately, as he doesn't want to be the responsible for the death of Earth. But unfortunately, much like the symbiote, the Scarab is really hard to remove due to the fact that it is permanently bonded to him and has literal antibodies to keep itself in its host. Now, I had mentioned earlier about this being the way in which I always envisioned the symbiote acting, specifically with Eddie Brock, in the idea that it not only needs its host to live, but it isn't inherently evil. I have always hated stories that have made the symbiote out to be inherently evil, because I don't think that's really the nature of the symbiote itself, much like the Scarab. The Scarab is not inherently evil, but rather preoccupied with trying to ensure the safety of not only itself, but its host in a true symbiotic relationship, obviously providing the armor, the superpowers, and all of the cool gadgets for the host. But it's hard to see it that way when the Scarab's version of surviving is so far differing from the ideals that make Blue Beetle such a good hero, his values for family, for caring, and for going above and beyond for others relative to what the Scarab wants. But the idea that it is not inherently evil, but rather an entity outside of its control will come in and force it to be evil in a sort of slave and master subjugation, that makes for interesting and dynamic writing, and it's part of the reason I love the Scarab so much and love the push and pull between Blue Beetle throughout a lot of this second season. And as we've seen, the relationship between the two of them was never hostile, but it was always a little strained due to the Scarab always feeding him information that he either didn't understand and the Scarab didn't care to explain, or just information that Jaime didn't want. And now ultimately that leaves him in a position where the Scarab is now looming over him as something that's going to take control of him and to help destroy the world. So now Jaime wants to get rid of it as soon as possible, which ultimately and unfortunately leads to Jaime being a worse hero, as the Scarab and the user being in symbiosis is what helps to make the Scarab more powerful, even if being in control fully like the Scarab can be made him powerful before, it's only because they haven't reached a level of true symbiosis and are instead fighting for control.
Scarab was in control, so give it control again. Believe me, I'd like nothing better, but I can't risk that. Not with Impulse's prophecy hanging over my head.
But with all of this going on, there's thankfully one thing that's going to come to the rescue of not only the team in this episode to save them from Black Beetle, but also serving as a catch-all solution to all of the problems Blue Beetle has been facing. And that is another Scarab user who just so happens to show up at a very convenient time, that being Green Beetle, a Martian who also has a Scarab, which is in line with the idea that the Reach had sent out Scarabs to just about every inhabited planet to have sleeper agents to hopefully use one day for their own gain. Green Beetle not only helps the team survive Black Beetle and ultimately beat him, but also serves as a wealth of knowledge not only for the Reach, but a wealth of knowledge for Blue Beetle and potentially solving his Scarab problem. He basically goes to the team, provides his services, and offers to cure Blue Beetle of any sort of lingering Reach control that could ever potentially get into him. He says this because of his unique Martian physiology. He was able to go inside of the basically Scarab and transform it into working for him and working with him in perfect symbiosis rather than working for the Reach. And on top of all of that, we also find out that the Light is working in conjunction with the Reach in order to help further the Reach's goals, when in reality they're trying to backstab the Reach, while the Reach is also trying to backstab the Light, and it's Inception meets Inception on betrayal. Now, obviously, the team doesn't really buy what Green Beetle's selling, and they can't afford to be betrayed again based on the whole Calder situation, so they call in Miss Martian, the only person who's known to be one of the most powerful telepaths on the planet, potentially more powerful than your boy John Jones. So you kind of gotta use her. Unfortunately, McGann's at the point in her arc where she mind broke Calder, and really can't read people's minds the way she used to because she's afraid of abusing her powers. So ultimately, instead, what we get is Green Beetle guiding the conversation, giving more insight on the Reach, letting the team know what the Reach's actual plans are, which I explained like 10 minutes ago, I think. And finally, the team decides to accept and trust Green Beetle, and Blue Beetle ultimately puts his full trust in Green Beetle to save him from the Reach. All of this is a bid so that Blue cannot fall into the prophecy that he has been heard of. All of this time, Blue has become extremely vulnerable due to the idea of the prophecy hanging over his head, and that has left him open emotionally to manipulation and, unfortunately, betrayal, because Blue is very trusting and is so willing to try and do anything to be the hero that he knows he should be. He throws caution to the wind when it gives a minuscule chance for him to not end up with the future that Impulse sees.
I'm in control now, 100%. Don't you get it, Issy? The Reach can't touch me. I'm free, permanently free.
Now with the threat of the Reach in the rearview mirror for Jaime, we get to see him going back to trying to not only find Tai, but take care of him as he has escaped where the Justice League were keeping the metahuman kids to help train them to use their powers. So Jaime has to go find his friend, and now's the time where I really want to point out just how much the diversity of this show was fantastic to me as a kid. Getting to see people that looked like me and my group of friends, as I had a fairly diverse group growing up, was phenomenal for me to see on screen, especially to be presented in heroic roles, and I can only imagine that a lot of other kids my age felt that way. And for those of you that love to comment, I didn't need to see somebody that looked like me on screen. That's great for you, bro, and I'm glad that worked for you. But for me, this was a wonderful experience growing up, and something that I think Young Justice handles with a lot of care. But it's also in this episode that we start to see that Jaime isn't exactly acting all 100% himself. He reveals his identity to Tai. He ultimately decides to go after one of the big bads and leave his friend completely alone. And as well, he's just being more aggressive and weirder than usual. Now, you may remember this big bad from the time I talked about Red Tornado and his whole deal with his brothers and sisters. I firstly can't believe they actually returned this villain to the show. I completely forgot about this episode entirely, so that was cool to see another callback to a season 1 villain. But at the end of it, we not only see a really aggressive attacking move from Jaime, which isn't something that he usually does outside of Scarab Control. He's far more of a defensive fighter than offensive fighter, despite all of the tools at his disposal. It's also shown in the attitude he has towards Tai, in an aggressive tone we've never heard from him before.
Jaime, I'm not sure.
This is not up for debate. We need to go now. Excuse me?
It's also weird that he's insistent that he gets them to Green Beetle rather than getting them back to the League where he knows they'll be safe, especially with Green Beetle being a relatively new player. As well, he gets completely sucked into the media circle, into appearing in front of media and being good to them and having a conversation with them, presenting himself as a public hero, something he hadn't done before. And that's all because the Jaime we knew is no longer in control of his body, but rather is being controlled by the Reach. What Green Beetle did was not take Reach control from Jaime, but to institute it, leaving them completely vulnerable. And now that Jaime is under full Reach control and no longer in control of his body, he's doing exactly what the Reach want him to do, which is first things first, take control of War World, while also keeping intact his cover as being one of the members of the team. And so he does this as after the team beats Mongol on War World, he completely betrays them. This is also where Arsenal loses his shit and ultimately decides that it's going to be way better to leave my team to get captured and destroyed if it means I get away. Talked more about that in the Roy Harper video if you want to go see that. But ultimately, Blue not only betrays the team, but is now in control of the power source for Warworld. And if it wasn't for the fact that, unfortunately, the Justice League is smart and decided to protect the chamber in which the crystal is supposed to go into, the Reach would have gotten away with getting Warworld in their hands. It's also here that we get to see Reach is literally in direct control of him, using a voice box to talk through him, using surveillance at all times to see what he sees. It's real creepy shit if you ask me. And just to add salt in the wound and to kind of overplay their cards a little bit, the Reach decided to go public with Blue Beetle being a hero, and with the fact that Blue Beetle's Jaime Reyes, as well as the fact that Blue Beetle is working with the Reach and is one of their heroes. And to thank the Reach, this because a majority of the League is either wrapped up in bureaucratic bullshit, or, is a case of most of the team, is captured and incapacitated. So the leader of the Reach figured, hey, nobody's going to be able to stop us, even if we do reveal on national television that Blue Beetle has betrayed his own team.
Thank you all. But it is I who should express gratitude to you, Ambassador, for giving a normal, average human being like me the power of the Reach. The power to save the world.
And while the Reach were actually running a very successful campaign of looking like the good aliens, and that they feared the Justice League's retaliation on them, and that's why they were so hesitant to come to Earth, ultimately that reputation would start to fall through due to the Light pre-planning to make it fall through. All thanks to one of the news anchors that works with the Light and has been making the Reach look good, deciding it was time to flip the script on them and start exposing their lies. Like, for example, the one ship in the sky that they keep constantly saying is the only ship in the area as being false due to the revelation of the hundreds of ships underneath the ocean. And to add just a little bit more salt to the wound, the rest of the team gets free, Mongol gets free, and he's absolutely running amok on his own ship until Black Beetle's able to put him down, which, for the record, Black Beetle being just as strong as Mongol is really, really scary because Mongol and Superman go toe-to-toe like every other Tuesday. Well, him and Green Beetle, that is. And with all of that fun stuff taking place, we're finally privy to how Jaime feels about being on the other side of the Scarab situation. Now it was once the Scarab riding backseat to Jaime, it's now Jaime riding backseat to a controlled Scarab.
The way I talk? Stop waving! Look like the Queen of England.
Great, now I'm Peter Pan.
But now with the team free, they're running an operation that they believe will fully cleanse Blue Beetle of any sort of Scarab and Reach control. I love that throughout this episode specifically, it's getting a lot of the inverse of the Blue Beetle Scarab relationship. Having to hear Jaime be the internal dialogue and to see the way he processes this episode is really hilarious. I had forgotten a lot about this episode in particular because I haven't really seen it in, gosh, probably since like 2016. Around the time I was like prepping to watch the 3rd season of Young Justice when I heard it got announced. So it's been a very, very long time, but it's really honestly great to see that it's held up just as well as I remember it being back when I was in middle school. That was almost 10 years ago. Wow, okay. Either way, it's really great to see the Reach try and, get through to the team and tell them, let me go. I'm not doing anything wrong. You'll all pay for this. And this is also a part in which the story finally reveals the truth behind the Scarab, not only to Blue Beetle, but to any viewers like me who knew nothing about Blue Beetle prior to seeing him in Batman the Brave and the Bold. And that show doesn't do a whole lot to expand upon the lore of Blue Beetle, at least in the one episode I had seen. It was prior to his second big appearance in the show. Either way, it goes on to explain that an ancient ruin helped cleanse the Blue Beetle, or the Scarab, sorry, artifact, and that's the reason it was never under Reach control. And so what the team is trying to do now is to re-incant the Scarab to free it from any sort of control of the Reach. It also gets explained to us that the Scarab was found by the original Blue Beetle and was worn by him as a piece of technology and as a tool to help him be a hero. And it wasn't until the second Blue Beetle, whom most people are familiar with in this day and age, that being Ted Kord, especially because him and Booster Gold are so great together. And basically between those two being who they are and Ted Kord being who he was, being a brilliant scientist, he decided to not use the Scarab but to study it instead. And so for Jaime to find out that that is the real reason why the Scarab is the way it is and how it's come to be for him, it's a big moment to like finally connect all of the dots for the character, as well for him to be free, for the idea of Impulse's weight hanging on top of him to be relieved. All of this generates a really good outlook for the future of Jaime as a character and for the future of symbiosis with his Scarab.
This mistrust is your only takeaway from our time together. You haven't learned a thing. This Scarab far prefers our partnership to being slaves of the Reach.
You know?
And of course, obviously the reason they kept this hidden was so the Reach wouldn't know about it, so that the Reach wouldn't do anything to take away that monument in that place to cleanse the Scarab. It was honestly really smart, and one of the few times I agreed with them keeping a secret from their teammates because it felt truly logical. It's also revealed to us in this episode that Queen Bee basically let the kids go to the monument because it would help them in their fight against the Reach, and I thought that was a pretty cool note too. It's a way of like keeping the big bad guys powerful while also finding ways for our team to get wins over them. And this all leads to the summit in which the Reach and the Light basically get exposed for trying to play each other by Calder, who's been collecting this information all season stealthily, and we get a huge fight scene that incorporates each and every character. It's really cool, but as far as this episode goes, not much is really that important about this portion of it. Oh, other than that, Black Beetle decides that it's his turn to take control over the Reach and completely excommunicates his old boss in the funniest way possible. Oh, and in case you guys were wondering, this episode also ties up the loose end of War World as Mongol takes his shit back and flies off. That is pretty much all that's worth talking about for this episode. It's the next one that we really get the last big moment for Jaime in this season. It's really the first half of this episode that highlights the rivalry between Blue Beetle, Black Beetle, and Green Beetle, as well as giving us a very satisfying concluding fight between the three of them. I think Aqualad's inclusion is just really funny, but it doesn't really detract from the fight, as it's mostly a beetle on beetle brawl that ends in a very Avatar: The Last Airbender kind of way. The idea that Black Beetle is going to try and destroy Blue Beetle and by extension Green Beetle's scarabs and leave them powerless and defenseless via a way of controlling the scarab, sending their energy over to the scarab and sending their energy back. Something I also forgot to mention was like Green Martians being the same sort of monstrous quote-unquote design as White Martians is really cool because it really just reinforces the skin color thing. Back on topic though, I really do love the conversation between Blue Beetle and Black Beetle during this.
Because I'm not alone in this battle, am I, Scarab? No, Jaime Reyes. Once we fought for control, but now we are united.
I mean, come on, it's almost like a one-to-one rip of Avatar: The Last Airbender's ending. But damn if it's not good. I absolutely loved this scene. I love the idea that the two have found a true partnership in one another and that we are finally seeing the climax of these two characters melding together. This was an absolutely awesome place to leave Blue Beetle, and it was such a wonderful journey to watch him throughout this season. I mean, this show single-handedly sent me out wanting to buy New 52 comic books of Blue Beetle, and I was so excited for the character. Little did I know what would happen in the following seasons. Okay, I'm poking fun at season 3, but if I'm being honest, I haven't watched it all the way through in a very long time. So I'm going to try and reserve judgments until I start talking about that third season again. As for this video, man, what can I say? I love Blue Beetle, one of my favorite DC characters ever. This is the show that got me to go to my first local comic book store and buy comic books, specifically the Young Justice tie-ins and then Blue Beetle books, Nightwing books. etc, etc. And also, this video contains one of my favorite bits I ever did on my channel with the Green Goblin thing. I absolutely loved doing that. I didn't like editing it, but I loved the final product. It reminded me of when I used to make edits every day, because I used to make daily shorts when I first started doing YouTube. You can still find them on my channel. I don't recommend you watch them because they're bad, but you know, I was doing daily shorts. Dude, what a different time for my channel and just for my life in general. It's part of why I like, you know, looking back on these older videos. Okay, so I just realized I'd recorded that whole bit and completely forgotten to introduce the fact that Artemis's video is up next, which low-key felt kind of disrespectful to Artemis. And now that I'm watching this back, I probably should have put Wally and Artemis back to back, just like I did for McGann and Connor. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I'm too far and deep into the process to want to rearrange things right now. I'm sorry. Anyways, Artemis is up next. When we first meet Artemis, she is confident, she's a little cold, she's definitely sarcastic, and she uses a lot of this coldness, this sarcasm to cover up the fact that she's afraid. She comes from a family of villains. Her sister, her mother, and her father. And while her mother may no longer be a villain, that is the life path that she has been set up for. And so Artemis's whole character arc throughout that first season is carving out an identity for herself in being a hero. But the second season of Young Justice was all about changes. So they chose to strip Artemis of her identity as a hero. And Artemis is unique. She uses her first name as her hero name. So to take that away from her is to also take a true part of herself more than any other hero, in my opinion, in this show. And it is throughout this season that we have to say goodbye to Artemis. When we catch up with Artemis and Wally in the beginning of season 2, we see that both are actually completely retired from being superheroes. During the events of the tie-in video game that most people didn't play, once again, hate the decision they did this in a tie-in video game, but during the tie-in video game, Tula dies. That was Aqualad's love interest, if you remember from the first season, and it was this death that inspired both of them to take a step back from being heroes and to focus on going to college, living a normal life, and just being college-aged kids. The idea of being a superhero and putting all that responsibility on them was shifted to the side. And for the most part, they were happy. This is a couple that has been together for the last 5 years and relatively new to leaving the game, but they seemed genuinely happy.
Happy Valentine's Day, Artemis.
You remembered.
Come on, what kind of jerk would I be if I forgot Valentine's Day? For the 5th year in a row.
And while it seemed like Artemis could leave the hero life behind and, much like her mother, move on from her days dressing up in costumes and running on rooftops, she wasn't fully ready. For reference, her mother only fully retired due to the fact that she was put into a wheelchair. It was more forced retirement than anything else that made her reevaluate her life choices. This was Artemis trying to willingly move on. And we see that she is clearly struggling with that later in the season, because when Nightwing gives her the opportunity to come out of retirement, she nearly jumps at the chance. And it's not like Wally was perfect with this either. He was also in and out of retirement constantly, especially when Impulse showed up, but it's just a few missions. What could possibly go wrong? As it turns out, a lot can go wrong. A lot can go wrong. Now, I won't hold you all in suspense here. If you're watching this video, you probably know what's up. Artemis isn't actually dead here, but rather faking being dead so that she can go undercover to join Calder in exposing the light and figuring out all their secret plans that involve the Reach. And as well, this episode just serves as a nice reintroduction of Artemis. Because for the most part throughout this show, she'll be missing, and this is one of the only few times we're actually going to get to see her suited up as Artemis the superhero. It's getting really confusing considering she shares her superhero name with her actual name. This is kind of annoying. Right, back on topic. Artemis herself dying sends the team into shock. Not only does Artemis fake die, but one of their teammates in Lagoon Boy is kidnapped. The team's morale is at an all-time low, and everything is going terribly. But everything is going exactly as planned from Nightwing's end, and by extension, Artemis's end. You see, Artemis was actually asked to be brought back to help go undercover to help Calder, as I had mentioned earlier. And in doing so, she has to give up the identity of Artemis, at least for a little bit, and she has to exchange it for a brand new identity in Tigress. And it's not just exchanging the costume and the suit, it's also exchanging her face, exchanging her voice, and exchanging her personality.
More impressive trick is how you got something so specific from Zatanna, without revealing who or what it was for.
She has to change who she is fundamentally in order to become Tigress. At least with Aqualad, he gets to keep his face, he gets to keep his kind of cool demeanor, he gets to still somewhat be himself. Artemis has to embody an entirely new person. She has to bring on a completely new identity relative to who she was before. She has to throw away the identity that she has spent so long building up for herself, the one that she has built as a hero, the one that she has fought so hard to build for herself outside of the shadow of her family's legacy. And in doing this, at least temporarily, she has to give up a relationship that she has been cultivating and building for 5+ years. To the best of our knowledge, she has not spent as long as she's going to spend throughout this season away from Wally. The two characters have been practically inseparable since the end of the first season. This is going to be a large change for both characters, and she's putting herself at a lot of risk doing this. What's so ironic with the identity that Artemis chooses to adopt when going undercover is that it's Tigress, the same identity her mother had spent so long fighting to avoid being. The one that she had spent so long fighting for her children to have a chance not to be. And she felt like she finally won when she didn't have to deal with Artemis going into the life as a villain, but rather a hero relative to her daughter Jade. And to see her dead, that hurts on a level that she can't quite describe. And Jade obviously wants revenge. That's her little sister. And despite all of Jade's faults, she at least loves her. Sportsmaster, he's a bitch. I'm gonna keep it 100. This man only cares because it looks bad on his reputation that another villain's son killed his daughter. That's all he cares about. I really hate this guy, but it's kind of funny though. I think it's very poignant that in Artemis's first outing as Tigress, her entire mission is to get into what is the defunct Mount Justice and blow up the place. It is a way of destroying not only her past, but her past self. There is a monument to Artemis that is kept in Mount Justice, much like there is a monument that is kept for all of the fallen heroes there. One that many of the Justice Leaguers and members of the team often go to visit and to reminisce about. And their entire job is to blow up a place that was once considered to be their home. Artemis may not have spent a whole lot of time there or lived there as opposed to someone like Superboy, but you could call it something of a second home. And in Artemis being the one to pull the trigger, to blow up Mount Justice, to blow up a place where her boyfriend used to keep all of his stupid, useless trophies, as he calls them now, but at one point they were important to him. At one point this place was highly important to them. And to blow it up, and to blow up her own monument to her somewhat dead self, she was in effect killing Artemis, killing the girl whose one biggest fear was becoming a villain just like the rest of her family, and whose one goal was to be a hero. She was killing that girl and choosing to become Tigress, to bring it on full time if it means doing what needs to be done to be a better hero. But you know what? Artemis is good at it. She's good at being Tigress. In the episodes that we see her commanding Black Manta's fleet, she's good at blending in with the society. She's good at doing her job as Tigress. A little too good. It runs in her blood. It's the easiest option for her to default onto, and she's just very good at it. But just because Artemis is good at it doesn't mean she's enjoying it. This is arguably some of the most miserable times of Artemis's life, having to be undercover, and it only gets worse when McGann absolutely mind wrecks Calder because she believes that Calder killed one of her best friends and took her away from her. Yeah, that sentence doesn't make much sense now, does it? Either way, Artemis has to then convince McGann to not only leave, but then has to try and figure out how she's going to help Calder get his mind back, because the dude is completely catatonic and his father is going to go on a warpath. And not to mention, in the midst of all of that, Artemis is still having to deal with her own internal struggle of giving up her identity. This whole situation has left Artemis feeling extraordinarily guilty. Not only does she feel guilty about being involved with Nightwing's plot to go undercover and lying to a lot of her friends, including McGann, she also feels guilty for the fact that Calder just had his entire mind completely destroyed, because she was complicit in the act of not telling McGann, and that act directly led to McGann breaking Calder's mind. And whether or not you believe that that is warranted, I personally don't, but I think that's how she felt in the moment. And she also feels incredibly guilty for betraying what she believed she promised to Wally in giving up being a superhero. Even though that was such a big part of her character and a big part of who she was, she tried her best to walk away from it. But I don't know if that was necessarily fair, nor if it was wholeheartedly her idea. I know for a fact that Wally wanted to leave the life for sure. He was done with it. He was done with the idea of being a hero, and it was not something that he wanted anymore. But I am firmly believing that Artemis wanted to continue to be a hero, and it's what she wanted to do, because it had become so ingrained in her. So when she chose to step away and chose to walk away, she was choosing to give up a part of herself for her relationship with Wally. And now she was once again feels like she has to give up another part of herself in her relationship with Wally to once again be a hero. And in doing so, she also has to be a villain now. So she's not even getting to be Artemis the hero, she now has to be Tigress the villain. She has basically fragmented herself so many times, she feels lost. Her identity is, for lack of a better term, gone. And now she has to figure out a way to piece it back together. And with anything that has ever been broken, you know when you put it back together, it's never going to be the same. And sometimes you can never put it back together, and instead you have to choose to make something new. And I think that's the choice that Artemis has to make throughout the rest of this season, is the choice to make something new out of her identity and to find a new anchor for who she wants to be.
How did it all go so wrong so fast? I'd say I have no one to blame but myself, except it's getting a little hard to remember exactly who myself is.
Artemis feels like going undercover as Tigress, she's given up a piece of herself that she might never get back. Every time she looks in the mirror, she might see herself, but nobody else sees her. They all see Tigress, and she has to keep up the act 24/7 because she is always being watched. She has no chance to just be Artemis. She is starting to mourn the loss of her relationship, even though it's not technically over or gone and it's waiting for her the moment she comes back. She's still frustrated that she is missing out on it so that she could be undercover. She's frustrated that she rushed herself back to being a hero as soon as Nightwing made the call. She is frustrated that she's in a position right now where Simon is about to read her mind and potentially find out her and Calder are traitors because McGann decided to destroy his mind, because the entire season is wrapped up in a ton of secrets, and she's a part of these secrets, and she stuck herself right in the middle because she could not wait to be a hero again, because she could not let go of that piece of her identity. And in not being able to let go of being a hero, she threw herself into a situation where she had to throw away everything that she had fought and worked so hard for, and now potentially is going to have it all blow up in her face in the worst way possible. But thankfully, quick thinking and the fact that Simon is, well, an idiot, allowed her to get around the Simon problem, and is also going to allow her to fix Calder's mind the proper way by bringing in McGann, which means she now has to go kidnap one of her only close friends. So, of course, with the help of everybody's favorite list aficionado Deathstroke, Huntress has finally set out to take care of McGann, capture her, bring her back, so that she can help Aqualad regain control of his mind. This isn't complicated at all. But in order to most efficiently restore Aqualad's mind, McGann, because she is so unsure of her powers after mind-breaking Calder, decides to bring Artemis with her. And we get a nice nod to Artemis drowning once again. This would have been really funny if I had an Artemis drowned counter like I used to do back in the day, but I didn't have enough foresight for that, or I was too lazy. It was one of the two. Either way, in Calder's absolutely wrecked mind, he is pretty much all over the place. And while Artemis quickly gets on to the fact that you can't drown or be hurt here, McGann is overwhelmed by her guilt and cannot bring herself to do just about anything, as she believes herself fully responsible for this, which she is, but she's not doing anything about it. She is choosing to wallow in her own guilt instead of actively going to help her friend, which is what Artemis spends the rest of this portion of the episode doing. She finds Calder and is actively trying to talk to him and convince him to come back to his mind, or I guess himself, and to try and get him to fix himself and get McGann to stop wallowing in her own self-pity and to use her powers to help her friend.
You want to blame yourself? Fine, but only if you're willing to do something about it.
But it was in this episode that, for the first time in a very long time, Artemis finally felt like she was being herself again. Despite the fact that she started the episode by looking in the mirror and hating the thing that she saw, even though it was herself, and how frustrated she was with the choices that she had made, she was finally starting to feel like something was going right, and like she was once again finding her identity, because she felt lost for a majority of this season. And it's very understandable. When you go undercover, when you assume the identity of someone else, when you have to force yourself to be someone that you're not, it is very hard to keep an idea of who you are in your own mind. Even if you can look in the mirror and see yourself, it's even worse if everybody else sees something different. And so for Artemis to finally start to be able to reclaim herself once again is beautiful. And it starts to come full circle when her family show up to avenge her. Well, her father's there to avenge his pride and, of course, his reputation in the villain world, but her sister is there to avenge her. And it's in this moment that not only does Artemis once again get to reconnect with Jade and continue that sister relationship, which is complicated to say the least, but it's clear that the two have love for each other. So in that context, she also gets to reclaim part of her identity. Her family gets to know that she is alive and doing well, and that she is going to be okay. And with the added benefit that Jade is now also not gonna assassinate Calder, so that's also a pretty cool moment.
Artemis is your daughter. Can't you feel her presence here?
I don't even feel your presence here.
He's hopeless, and I don't know why I'm surprised.
Sportsmaster is such a horrible father. This dude can't even tell when his daughter is being his daughter. He has to literally get his ass beat to understand that, oh, that's my baby girl. Like, be so for real, dude. And it's also worth noting that Artemis's mom gets to know that her daughter is not dead, but I can only imagine, like, you can't unlive that grief. I can't even imagine. But that all leads us to the two-part finale of this show, and one of the last appearances for Tigress throughout this show. Planned appearances anyways. Artemis is finally at the end of everything. All of these months of hard work, all of these months of having to hide herself, of questioning who she is, of what she sees in the mirror, of giving up her relationship, of giving up her time, giving up parts of her sanity and parts of herself. She is finally ready to see the culmination of all of it, and that is the severe infighting between the Reach and the Light, and how their plans are about to blow up in their faces. But it comes a little prematurely due to the fact that Ra's al Ghul unfortunately notices the charm that Zatanna had made to make Tigress look like Tigress and not like Artemis, because Raz is immortal and apparently really, really smart. I mean, he's a Batman villain, so let's be so for real, he is gonna be that smart. But in all honesty, this little reveal didn't do much for the Light or the Reach at all, as the team had pretty much planned to ambush them anyways and expose them both to each other, have a huge infighting between the two of them, and all of the hard work that not only Calder but Artemis have put in being undercover has come to fruition, and now they can both return to being heroes. And it is truly in this moment that Artemis can reclaim her identity as Artemis. Once again, her using her actual real name for her superhero name is kind of annoying. Just kind of annoying. Either way, she gets to be exactly who she wants to be, a hero, and she gets to go back to having her relationship with the person that she loves. And even with the threat of the Reach going nuclear and trying to absolutely wipe out all life on Earth on the planet, her and Wally are still in good spirits because they're together again and they get to go back to being who they're supposed to be. I firmly believe that based on the comments Artemis made at the end of the finale, that whether or not Wally was going to continue with the superhero life, Artemis was going to continue to be a superhero. She makes mention that the world will always need saving, and so I don't think she was going to put down the bow even after the world was saved from this threat specifically.
We're definitely coming back here, babe. You know, well, we don't have a world to save.
There will always be a world to save. Now drop me and go.
In this moment, I believe Artemis has fully reforged her identity. She is not the same person that we left off with at the end of season 2, or the same person that she was before she retired for the first time. This is a person that has looked at their life and decided that they need to be a hero. She is accepting that she needs her relationship with Wally, but that she also needs to continue to still be a superhero. And so whether Wally chooses to retire or not, she's not going to let him make that decision for her. Instead, she is still going to love him, but she's going to continue her hero work regardless, because at her core, that is who she is. Tigress, Artemis, whatever the title is, she is a hero, and nothing is going to ever take that away from her or to change that. She has fought so hard to change the reputation of what she was supposed to be from her family. She was supposed to be a villain, just like her father, just like her mother, and just like her sister. But instead, Artemis was able to flip the script and become a hero. She was able to let go and shed the fear of failure and to fully embrace being a hero. And she's not going to let that go, even for the man that she loves. And she's going to continue to love him and refuse to let that go as well, because she's no longer going to let anyone else dictate who Artemis Croc is. At least that's what I gathered from watching this like 4 separate times this week. But all of that would ultimately be completely derailed when the world needed 3 of the fastest men alive to help dissipate one of the best bombs that the Reach had created. And in doing so, the slowest of the group, Wally, was used as the energy outlet for the bomb, and so he was utterly erased from the timeline. And much like Artemis was earlier in the season, he's just gone permanently. And in that moment, I believe Artemis makes the choice to also go forever. And I don't mean Artemis the character, I mean Artemis as in the hero title, as in the green outfit, the bow and arrow, the getup and everything. I firmly believe that's when she made the decision to no longer be Artemis the hero, but rather to choose something different. And just when she had gotten everything together, it all went belly up. She lost one of her anchor points in Wally, the man that she had loved. This was a very early and formative relationship in her life. It was one of her first real boyfriends. The two were together for 5 years. They were planning on getting married. They were extraordinarily close, and to lose Wally was absolutely devastating, especially when she had just reforged her identity. She had figured out exactly what she wanted and exactly who she was going to be once again, and she just had that ripped away from her completely. And I think it was in this moment that she had to make that decision to separate herself fully from Artemis in order to move on and heal.
Artemis was Wally's partner. I need some distance. I need a change. So let's see how Tigress does.
As a hero?
As a blonde.
And I think it is incredibly powerful that Artemis chose Tigress to be her next identity, not as a villain this time, but as a hero. To take her family mantle, the one that for so many years had represented evil, had represented villainy, and had represented pain and strife, and turn it into a measure for rebirth and regrowth, and a way for her to continue to be a hero while also letting go of the past. Artemis's story throughout the second season really resonated with me on a personal level. I really loved the idea of almost like a shedding of skin when she decides to leave the Artemis heroic side of things done. That died with Wally for her, and instead she becomes Tigress. It reminds me a lot of myself post leaving a place that I lived in that was very rough towards, you know, people of my skin color. I quite literally stopped going by my legal first name because I was trying to get away from the hurt and the pain and the trauma involved with my time there and with that name. And so to me, this really resonated and stuck with me as I've watched it while being older. So yeah, I really did think that Artemis's arc was pretty great in the second season, even if it was full of a lot of sadness and pain. Okay, on to the next video. When we first met Aqualad in Young Justice, he is this calm, emotionally intelligent, and very brilliant young man. The dude has an aptitude for handling stress at such a high level while also remaining composed that it makes him a natural leader. Alder is always going to think about what is best for the team and what is best for other people, oftentimes to the detriment of himself. We saw him struggling with that burden of leadership, especially early on in that first season. It's not a role that he necessarily wanted, but it was the one that he was best suited for. Specifically in the episode Downtime, that we see him struggling with this idea that he is no longer spending a lot of time in the place that he grew up. He grew up in Atlantis, his friends were in Atlantis, his family was in Atlantis, the woman he loved was in Atlantis. And I know we like to harp on the idea of this just being puppy love, and it's not that important in the grand scheme of things. But with a character like this, we have to remember that this is his first time being in love, and Calder tends to feel emotions at a deeper level than I would argue a lot of the other characters in the show. So this hurts for him, especially when he has to come back home and accept the fact that the people he has loved have moved on as much as he has with his time on the surface. He has to come to terms with all of this while still being the leader of a teen superhero team. And he handles this with a lot of grace. But that doesn't mean that he is some perfect, benevolent leader. Calder still has his flaws. As I said earlier, he tends to put the burden of everybody on his shoulders. He has this desperate need or self-sacrifice to give up bits and pieces of himself in order to make everybody else's lives easier or to make their lives better. In the episode that revolved around the Justice League being killed by fake aliens in a training exercise, Calder ultimately sacrifices himself despite being team leader in order to try and save the rest of his team, believing that Martian Manhunter was more important than himself, despite that meaning he'd leave his team without a leader. Something that in the very next episode he beats himself up about because he was too good of a soldier and not a good enough leader. His ability for self-reflection is so great, but it's also one of his biggest detriments because he is often so hard on himself.
I was the general, but behaved like a soldier and sacrificed myself. I am not fit for command and must resign as team leader.
But he finds none of his teammates are ready, and the only one that might be close, being Robin, is too young, he feels, for this burden.
I cannot shift this burden to him. Not yet. It appears I must withdraw my resignation.
So he stays in this leadership position that he doesn't feel he is fit for. Oftentimes, the best leaders are the ones that don't believe themselves to be deserving of the position. Those usually tend to be the ones that work the hardest. but they're also going to be the ones that hurt the most from leadership, that feel it all too much as Calder does. And this is only compounded when Tula, the love of his life up until this point, is killed during one of the team's missions gone wrong after she aided them during the tie-in video game, which I rag on enough in the other videos, so I'll leave it alone this time. And then on top of all of that, he has to find out just a few months later that his father is Black Manta, that his entire childhood has been a lie, that he is not fully Atlantean as though he had always believed. So was it any surprise that when he showed up in that second season, Calder was revealed to be a villain? Because with that style of leadership, that style of feeling it all under your command, it eventually breaks you. You know what won't break you? Hitting the like button down below and subscribing if you want to see more Young Justice content in the future. Or at least the burden of leadership appears to have broken Calder, as he has swapped sides to villainy and has taken up in his father's footsteps, joining as what would be the next generation of Black Manta. Obviously, we as the viewer know that this is not the truth. While the show does pretend for a few episodes, we eventually find out that Calder is a double agent. Rather, for me, I think it is the burden of being a double agent that truly is what breaks down Calder at an emotional level. And I think we see this in his first interaction, revealing himself to his former king, Aquaman, and a kid that look up to him in Lagoon Boy.
You dare question me? After all of you let Tula die!
He also goes on to air out the grievance of his king hiding the fact that he is Black Manta's son. That Aquaman would allow Calder to become his sidekick, knowing the entire time that this is the son of his arch nemesis, but never telling him, never letting him in on this fact. I think part of what Calder is expressing is genuine anger and him being upset in a way that he was never allowed to realistically in that first season, because he always had to be the strong, not necessarily stoic, but caring and emotionally mature leader. He never had the chance to express these kinds of feelings. But this newfound freedom that allows him to express himself also comes with this intense psychological burden. He had to make the choice between blowing up an entire facility of Krolataeans, beings that are intelligent, that have life. Even if they were the bad guys, he just bombed dozens of them. And it was the decision between that and getting all of his friends killed. Those are the choices you have to make when you're undercover. And those are the choices that slowly eat away at who you are. All of this while he is actively finally receiving a praise from a father that he has not had the opportunity to know up until this point. And if I'm being honest, Black Manta doesn't necessarily come off as a deadbeat father, just one that may have never known that Calder was his son, especially because they fought back in season 1. Black Manta I think he really does love Calder. I think he genuinely loves his son and is beyond elated at the idea that his son is coming to work with him, coming to be with him. I genuinely do think Black Manta loves him, which makes all of this harder. While Calder is stuck making these life and death decisions, his friends are suffering outside of his control to be there for them. Calder was always there for his friends in that first season. No matter what any member of the team was going for, you could go talk to Calder to help. One of his closest friendships, and the one that he claims like he is the closest to, is Red Arrow. And when Red Arrow was spiraling when the Justice League got taken over by Vandal Savage, Calder went there to console him, to get him back on board, to tell him that that is his best friend. And he can't even be there for his best friend when he is facing the worst hardships of his life in an intervention, because Roy is a mess. He can't be there to help Roy because that breaks his cover. And so he has to trust that his other friends can just handle it. And I know that has to eat him inside. I know it would eat me personally inside. To go undercover like this, you have to slowly erase bits and pieces of yourself in order to maintain cover. You have to be willing to do things that you never thought you were going to be able to do. When Aqualad chose to kill a group of sentient living beings over killing his own teammates, he has to make that choice and he has to live with it forever. When he chooses to kidnap Lagoon Boy instead of killing him, he has to live with the fact that he knows he's about to get one of his teammates tortured in some of the most horrific ways possible, as Lagoon Boy is now Aquaman's sidekick, and Black Manta has zero love for anything Aquaman related. When Calder is trying to sabotage a satellite uplink, he is supposed to fail, but he ultimately succeeds. He is also supposed to fake kill one of his only closest friends. And then on top of that, he has to live with the fact the rest of his friends for however long it takes for him to be done being undercover are going to hate him for this. You can see it in his eyes when the satellite blows. He's not happy. This wasn't supposed to happen. Nothing has been going the way in which he wanted it to go. And that especially doubles for Black Manta, someone that he's coming to as a father really respect, somebody he's coming to have actual love for.
Congratulations, Calderon. You had quite a day. Capturing the Atlantean, killing a former teammate, destroying the comsat.
My crew did not destroy the comsat, Father.
Black Manta is beyond proud of his son that he was willing to admit that he didn't, properly destroy the comsat. That Black Manta had to reveal that this was a test. That he was proud of his son for taking responsibility, for being this, despite being treacherous in secret, this loyal and noble man that is not willing to take credit for others and is willing to fail on his face. And then he has to turn around and go pull one of his friends from retirement into deep cover to join him. He has to debrief with Nightwing. He has to put the knife in the back of his father while also doing so to some of his other teammates that aren't in the loop. And I have gone on record bashing Nightwing for this plan, this idea, the danger that he put his team in, but I gotta bash Calder a little bit for agreeing to go along with this, because he is fundamentally erasing portions of himself to go undercover. He is doing self-harm. Maybe not physically, but mentally and emotionally to himself by going undercover like this. Look at the way that he has to watch somebody that looked up to him, somebody that he grew to care for in Lagoon Boy, being tortured and being hurt. And the whole time he's got to keep this face of, oh, I'm so glad to see this happen. Like, screw you, man. We're not on the same side anymore. I think there's some level of personal responsibility he has to take, because he is kind of letting himself be strung along by his father to do worse and worse things, to get into more conflict with his team members than he ever anticipated. You see, that job where he killed Artemis and he blew up the satellite that was supposed to go into space, that was supposed to be his ticket into the light. Well, that didn't work, which means now he has to do something bolder, something more violent. In this case, it's going to be an assault on his old HQ, on Mount Justice, a place that he spent a majority of his teenage years, a place that he spent a lot of time building who he was as a person, as a leader. He has to betray even innocent beings such as Sphere because he can't be allowed to break his cover. It's horrible, and he looks conflicted the entire time. I really get hung up on this image of him staring at Tula just before he has to do what needs to be done, almost as though he is asking himself whether or not it is worth it what he is trying to accomplish. Something that Nightwing never seems to even consider. Even in body language, he always seems so confident this was the right thing to do. Calder is often fighting himself, wondering if this is the right thing to do. I mean, he threatens to literally blow up all of his friends and has to end up kidnapping even more of his former teammates in order to make good with the light. And to top it all off, he has to blow up a place that meant more to him than he could ever really say. A place that meant more to the team. So some members of the team lived there full time. Gar, Miss Martian at one point, Superboy especially, that was his home. The only place that he really felt safe to be himself, to live, where he discovered himself. And well, yes, Aqualad was doing this for the right reasons, passing on information to track Lagoon Boy, passing on information so that they can get their team members back and he can slot in with the light perfectly. But it still gets brought up into question whether or not he's really a good guy. Because some of the things he's actively doing are genuinely reprehensible. They're things that Calderon, Aqualad would have never done. These are things that he is having to do in the stead of being Black Manta's son that are actively eroding him. He doesn't even look happy to be accepted into the light. It looks painful for him. Now, because of the nature of this being a kid's TV show, and for as mature as Young Justice was, it was never going to delve deep into just what kind of psychological damage it will do to you to see your brothers and sisters in arms being tortured, and then you just have to go along with it because you have to keep your cover. Aqualad is not some dude with sociopathic tendencies. He does not do well disentangling himself from his emotions. That is something that we saw a lot throughout the first season of the show. He's not necessarily stoic, rather he is just emotionally centered. And this entire experience is beyond destroying his emotional center. And it gets even worse when McGann decides to absolutely mind break Calder, leaving him in a catatonic state where his mind is utterly destroyed, in a place where he's ultimately blaming himself for all of these horrific deeds that have happened. And while Calder is comatose, I think it's important that we have a discussion about Black Manta, and specifically the parenting style that he's trying to bring to Calder throughout this show. To me, it is this very stereotypical black dad type of love in which he wants his son to be tough. He wants his son to be honest. He wants his son to be what he considers a quote-unquote man, but it's also interlaced with these ideas that in order to be a black man in society, you have to be tough. You have to be almost callous, the way in which Black Manta is, because as he is so often quoted saying in the second season, he will never be a slave again. He will never be taken advantage of again. And that's not something that he wants for his son. It's something that he tries so hard throughout the show to imprint on him, that idea that he needs to be strong, that he needs to be tough. And not in the ways in which Calder is. Calder is emotionally intelligent. He is emotionally resilient. We've seen that throughout this entire season. The way he's able to compartmentalize, but not lose the idea that these things are horrible. His father, on the other hand, is so incredibly good at compartmentalizing, at saying that this is for the greater good, at kind of giving into his hatred in a lot of moments, especially regarding Aquaman. That's not to say I can't understand where his father's coming from, the way in which his father does discipline, the way in which his father hands out love. He actually does this really good job of praising Calder, of not being tough on him constantly. I get why he's trying to instill these values in Calder. As a man that has had to live as a Black American, he is trying to toughen up his son for a world that's going to be unfair to him for the color of his skin. That doesn't mean he's going about it in the right way. But I thought this was a compelling angle that this show took, especially regarding, Black Manta being his father. Black Manta not just being this overall overtly evil, terrible person. He has these good qualities to him. I truly do believe that he loves Calder to death, but that he believes in discipline. To me, he comes off as this very nuanced character in the show, and I'm really glad that they took this route with him. I'm also glad that they didn't just take the easy and lazily simple deadbeat Black father trope, which I hate to death. It also helps lead credence to the idea that Calder does actually have feelings for his father. He does actually come to like spending time with him, even though we know that Calder has adoptive parents as of season 3, and his adoptive father is also Black. It's just important to set the stage for what this season was presenting. And I just wanted to take some time to talk about Black Manta because I think he is as integral to Calder's story as anything else I'm speaking on. All right, shifting focus back to Calder. When we get to his mind space, I think it's very poignant that it's being protected by Tula, the woman that he viewed as his grand love. As I said earlier in the video, we often talk about how young love is just this puppy love type of thing, that it doesn't have a major impact. I would be willing to wager that a lot of people's first genuine love and genuine relationship does actually weigh heavily on their person, on what they carry into their next relationship. It often marks a landmark change in how the person acts and reacts. I know it did for me personally. And although they may have never been in a relationship, it's clear Tula has this major effect on Calder. Another thing that I loved was the symbolism and idea that he's not just broken in the physical sense by McGann, but this work of being undercover has also broken him in a mental sense. At least that's what I was gleaming from what they were showing in this.
Help? No. Ruins. All ruins.
But it doesn't have to be ruins. We can fix things. Symbiosis. Together.
I think it's this very powerful image that in order for Calder to fix his mind, not only symbolically, but also physically, It takes the help of his friends. Now granted, am I the biggest fan that McGann is there doing it because she's the one that caused it in the first place? No, don't let the person that hurt you come try and fix it in this way. It's probably not going to work out. But the idea that it took his friends and it took a village to try and help fix him. It even took a dad that loved him and was willing to do anything for his son to have that help be fixed. This idea that he couldn't just do it himself, that it's okay to rely on others around you and to finally not have to be strong all of the time. I thought that was beautiful. The rest of the episode you're seeing on screen isn't necessarily that relevant. Calder fakes being mentally comatose until he can figure out a way to get McGann off the ship safely, and once he does, it's all fine and dandy. And that takes us to the last big step that Calder takes, at least character-wise, in this second season. Summit is the penultimate episode of the season. It's the one that is supposed to help wrap up a ton of loose ends that have been connected. The Reach and the Light have been playing each other this entire season, and they're having a summit to try and come together under better terms. Neither side knows they're playing each other at this point, but they're trying to shore up their relationships because the team has been doing such a great job at thwarting their efforts, both individually to either take over the world in the Reach's portion, and in the Lights to manipulate the Reach to get what they want out of them, to then continue to control the world from the shadows. Summit is supposed to be where the big bads convene, they get their shit together, they come together and kick the ass of a bunch of young adults to teenagers. And that doesn't come to pass at all. As a matter of fact, the summit is this giant failure for them because it is the greatest success of the undercover operation for Calder. It is by far one of the greatest successes that he has ever accomplished since he joined the team, right? This is something that is supposed to be grand and celebratory. He not only had managed to destroy the partnership between the Reach and the Light, he not only managed to maintain his cover this entire time, he not only managed to come out the good guy, but to also beat his father.
I admit to being conflicted, Father. I have seen your noble side, but you left me no choice.
I know that sounds really messed up the way I just kind of said it, but from an ideological standpoint, that his father's ideology of having to be tough, of having to be controlling, of having to have all of the power so that you can never be enslaved as a black man again, isn't the only avenue towards being successful and black in this world, but rather by being kind, by being compassionate, by being willing to do the right thing even when it is hard, you are able to come out on top, no matter how much it hurts. And make no mistake, it is painful. Calder is hurt by this action. He did not want to do this to his father. He had hoped that they could find common ground. That wasn't the truth. And in this moment that they are supposed to be celebrating, that they thwarted the Light, they're finally one step ahead. Calder isn't happy at all, even while the rest of his team is.
Calder, this has been a good night. Maybe the best we've had since the three of us first took off for Cadmus 5+ years ago.
Come on, enjoy the moment, my friend. You've earned it.
He can't enjoy it. He has to look at all of the people that he had to hurt to get to this point of success, to get to the point of him being able to put on his Aqualad suit once again and to be welcomed back as a hero, even if he might not fully feel like it. This experience is going to leave scars that are far more than just physical and that are going to run deep for a long time, but we're not even done yet. But first, because this has kind of been a little bit of a Debbie Downer video, let's highlight some fun good stuff. Calder and Lagoon Boy have mended their relationship. The two are working in tandem side by side. And I mean, this is, you know, we saw Lagoon Boy back in season 1. He told the story of Aqualad. He was doing paintings of him. It's a nice full circle moment to see these two characters work together once again. And with that good warm fuzzy feeling out of the way, it's time to go back to being mildly depressed. As with every one of these videos talking about that second season of Young Justice, Kid Flash dies. And it's honestly one of the hardest things to watch, especially from Calder's perspective, because he just got to come back to being friends with Kid Flash, to getting to see him on a regular basis. while Wally was always in on it, it's rough. And it's another thing too that Aqualad's back in a leadership position. He has to present the death of his own friend to the rest of the league. And after all of this trauma that he has suffered from his father, from being undercover, from the choices that he's had to make, to losing his best friend just now, he doesn't get a chance to rest.
There's no time for you to resign.
I'm not resigning, just taking a leave of absence. Besides, if you need help, Barbara's more than ready to step up.
Agreed, but Dick...
I need a break, Calder. You, me, Wally, we founded this team. Without him...
I understand.
Remember what I said earlier about Calder's almost incessant need to put others before himself, to shoulder the burden. He's choosing to do it again because Dick can't be leader. Dick needs a leave of absence, and he still sees Dick as his little brother. So of course he says yes. Of course he steps up to take on the responsibility, when if anybody needed a break, it was Calder. If anybody needed to take a moment and breathe, it was him. And he doesn't get that opportunity. Now, I don't want to call Dick selfish for this, because honestly, I think that both of them really needed the time off. It just doesn't sit right with me that he would go right back to doing this, to being a leader. It's once again taking on the burdens of others to lighten their load, but only making his heavier. To me, this definitely, especially in that first season when he is 16, reflects a lot of this idea of the parentification and the aging up of blackness. This idea that he is older, he is wiser, that he can shoulder the burden, especially when he talks about how young Dick Grayson is, which Dick is young. Let's not lie. He was 13 in that first season. Calder was 16. But it's this idea that he has to take this leadership position that, in all honesty, nobody in that age group should really have on their shoulders. But the idea that he handles it with such grace and compassion and love and care, that he doesn't have to be angry or stoic or this typical sense of black masculinity that is so often presented in our media, but rather that he chooses to buck that trend and to be compassionate, to be in touch with his emotions, to understand that he is struggling leadership-wise and to ask for help on occasion. One of my biggest knocks is the dude doesn't ask for help enough, and he takes too much onto his plate because he believes he has to shoulder it all. I don't think we realize as consumers of media just how much a character or a portrayal or an acting job can imprint on us, especially at such a young age. I've always said when I saw Calder, I saw a lot of me. I wasn't always the stereotype of black masculinity, and growing up in an area where I was one of the only black kids, that's what I was expected to perform. I wasn't supposed to be the nerdy dude that liked to go home and watch cartoons and who fell in love with Dungeons and Dragons. I was not expected to be as in touch with my emotions as I was. I wasn't supposed to cry or to feel upset or angry without overtly showing anger only, not sadness or compassion or pain. So when I watched a character like Calder, I saw so much of myself. This idea that he doesn't have to conform to what is that stereotype of black masculinity, much as his father does. It's an adaptation that his father took to survive in a world that's going to be unfair to him for the color of his skin. And Calder bucks that trend. And we see that both in a symbolic and physical manifestation in the second season that I love so much. It wasn't until I was making this video and really digging into this that I came to realize these things about what this character left on me. Often in my life, I find myself taking on burdens that are unfair to myself, but it means lightening the load of somebody else, especially when it comes to being an older brother for the longest. When it comes to, my friends around me, I've always been the older one. I've been the one that had the car first. You need to get driven somewhere, I'll take you, even when I knew it was hurting my pockets. I was always going out of my way to take care of the people around me. Once you get to an age where you have to console your mother that's crying on the floor because your dad is deployed, and even though you are 8 years old, you have to be strong for your mom. Once you accept that burden, and don't get me wrong, my mother is a wonderful woman. She tried her absolute best given the circumstance. But once you have to be there for your parent like that, it's almost like you can never say no to taking on the burden of those around you that you love and that you care about. And I guess I never quite realized how much of that from Calder resonated with my life and maybe imprinted upon me in my life. Literally until I was making this video. Now, to some people, this means absolutely nothing, and to others, it means the world. I've had to do a lot of work in my own personal life to be able to put up that boundary, to say it's okay that I need to take time for myself to heal, to properly emotionally regulate, to take care of me. And it's kind of something that I wish I would have seen Calder do, especially at the end of this season. Maybe just let Barbara lead the team. She was more than ready. And to take some time for himself as well. But really, when that's the only criticism I got, this arc for, in my opinion, for Aqualad is phenomenal. Calder goes through so much, and I see so much of myself in him throughout all of these burdens that he has put on him, the burden of leadership, and yet he still walks out the other side unbroken. It's aspirational. I don't really look up to people in day-to-day life. I think people are fallible. I think they are often going to disappoint. Look at LeBron during All-Star Weekend. He sure as shit disappointed me. So I often try not to, put others on pedestals. But when it comes to these comic book characters, when it comes to looking at a character like Calder, I can't help but look at that and aspire to be that good, to be that strong, to carry those burdens, but to also be compassionate, to be kind, to be in touch with my emotions, to be regulated as a person. And I also think it's important that during Black History Month, we take the time to celebrate characters like these that buck the trends, that show that it doesn't just have to be your typical Tyrone stereotype or the angry black man stereotype. And it's also even rarer that a character like this is not written by people that look like me. That's another thing that I am going to praise Aqualad to the moon and back for. They took the time, the effort, and the care to really understand what it means to write about this character, at least that I've gleaned from this. If it isn't obvious with the fact that this is my first 30-minute plus video in a while, I love this character, I love this arc, I love Calderon. Now that I found that I relate to him so much more than I ever could have imagined, I'm also thinking maybe it's time for, a little switch up on the channel profile, as much as I love static. And I did actually swap up the profile pic. We are now rocking a Calder one. I absolutely love it. Maybe doing a little something different with the colors, with, the green instead of the purple. Trying to pick up a brighter color palette in my day-to-day life. I've found that can have a real impact on, my mood and things like that. If you made it this far and all the way to the end of this video, I just want to say thank you so much for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button if you haven't. And if you're still awake, consider supporting me down below. I have channel memberships and a Patreon as well. You'll get one exclusive video a month, which I'm currently working on. I'm going to try and get you 2 of those this upcoming month, as I basically missed this entire month. Life has not been the greatest this month. It's all about getting back on the horse. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you to my supporters. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic day.